Chapter 9:16. Huai Shu angrily said to Huai Bai, "Hurry up and release senior sister." Su Yorong's gaze suddenly moved up to Huai Bai's face. Huai Bai seemed to sense two rays of light that seemed to have real heat. Her eyes were blinded by a blinding light. Boom! A gale howled through the thatched cottage. The white grass danced in the wind as wings of fire Tensum long occupied everyone's vision. Su Yurong had revealed her true phoenix body. Boundless light flooded the surroundings as the temperature rapidly rose. The entire thatched cottage seemed to be on the verge of igniting. Huai Bai felt an unimaginable pressure. Shocked and furious, she retreated, but she did not let Huai Ren go. Suddenly, Huai Ren's face turned incomparably pale, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Huai Bai froze and lowered her head, wariness rising in her heart. But it was too late. Huai Ren's seemingly thin and small body exploded with a vigorous and pure energy that seemed to have been cleansed by the South Stream for several hundred years. The frigid black sword was sent flying. Huai Bai felt like a mountain had smashed into her chest, and she howled as she swiftly retreated. Huai Ren turned around, her body like smoke and the fragrance of flowers as she attacked. Her two hands seemed to descend lightly, but they contained the principles of the world, making it impossible to dodge. Tensum soft sounds came from the flowering trees of South Stream Temple. It was the sound of her fingers striking Huai Bai. With a muffled thud, the winds howled, and then gradually receded. A hole about 3 feet deep appeared in the flowering trees of South Stream Temple. Huai Bai stood at the bottom of the hole, her body covered in blood and her face pale. How could this be? She somewhat crazily muttered. Huai Ren calmly stood in front of her and said, "Know the masculine, guard the feminine, and become the stream of the world. Junior sister, you've never practiced this finger technique correctly." Huai Bai shrieked and turned to leave. With a whoosh of wind, a figure descended like a thunderbolt and slammed into her body. Huai Bai cried out in pain as she fell into the depths of the flowering trees. This figure was none other than the fiery Huai Shu. There was not only fragrance in the depths of the flowering trees, there was also sword intent. Tensum's sword intense abruptly rose up. Huai Bai screamed again and again as her body suddenly staggered. Finally, she could no longer endure and was forced back by those sword glows. Fallen flowers form a grave. She fell into the pit. Her left arm had been severed, and her entire body was covered in sword wounds. She was drenched in blood, and she looked extremely miserable. She looked at Huai Ren and climbed up with difficulty. She cried, "Senior Marshal sister, please spare me." Huai Ren looked at her quietly and didn't say anything. The cries of pain gradually became softer, signifying despair. Huai Ren was silent for a long time. She turned around and looked at the cottage. She bowed to Su Yurong and Qin Chongsheng, then walked out. Huai Shu glanced at the bottom of the pit, then left as well. The South Stream Temple disciples walked into the pit, dragged Huai Bai out, and walked to the rear of the plateau. Huai Bai thought about the tragic fate that awaited her. Being imprisoned for the rest of her life was truly a fate worse than death. Endless hatred grew in her heart as she screamed hoarsely, "Primogeniture of Tao will come and save me. At that time, none of you little bastards will have a good ending. When the time comes, I will make you kneel down and beg me." The South Stream Temple disciples glanced at each other, not knowing what to do. After all, this was their martial grandaunt. No matter how angry they were, they couldn't do anything. Huai Bai was still cursing incessantly. Her words were getting more and more unpleasant, and her filthy words were incessant and extremely sinister. Tang 36 and Jishyo stood in a pavilion outside the cottage. He couldn't help but shake his head at the sight. At this moment, Su Yurong glanced at Qin Chongsheng. Qin Chongsheng froze and glanced at Tang 36. Tang 36 sighed, Truly a fine pair. Then he glanced at Jishyo. A cold wind suddenly stirred, causing the fallen leaves on the pavilion to dance. Jishyo arrived between the trees. With a swish, the demon commander's banner sword flew through the air, a gloomy sword glow. Huai Bai's hateful curses came to a screeching halt. She clutched her bleeding throat. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she slowly fell to the ground. Dusk fell between the mountains, much earlier than it did on the plains. It was still early, but the sun was already approaching the upper edge of the mountain range. The light was somewhat dim, and the trees seemed to be on the verge of burning. On the mountain path in front of South Stream Temple, Ping Xian and Yi Chen led 100-some direct disciples to send off their 2 martial grandaunts, Huai Ren and Huai Shu. Although they were rather far away, one could faintly hear weeping, and the mood was somber and sorrowful. I didn't think that this martial aunt of yours would have such a powerful cultivation. Chun Chang Sheng stood on the edge of the cliff and looked at the scene. Earlier in the cottage, Huai Bai had launched a sneak attack and used the World Stream Divine Finger to seal Huai Ren's meridians and ethereal palace. No one had expected Huai Ren's personality to be countless times more violent than she usually displayed, and her cultivation was even more unfathomable. She had forcefully mobilized her true essence and spiritual sense to break through the seal and easily subdue Huai Bai, using only one move to render her powerless. The World Stream Divine Finger she used was countless times more profound than Huai Bai's finger technique. It was indescribably profound, otherworldly, and even faintly divine. If she had not been willing to listen to Su Yorong's order to leave and had relied on her cultivation to forcefully resist, it was truly impossible to say what would have happened today. My South Stream Temple has existed for countless years. Although it has always been low-key, its resources are extremely deep. Martial Aunt Huai Ren has devoted her entire life to cultivating the Tao and has the potential to reach the divine. She's naturally formidable. Su Yorong added, but I don't know how she was convinced by your master. Chun Chang Sheng watched from the side. He saw that her beautiful face was incomparably calm, yet it possessed a certain majesty. Perhaps it was because she had her hands held behind her as she stood on the edge of the cliff? At this point, he could already confirm that the omen he had sensed at the summit of Holy Maiden Peak yesterday had come from him. To put it another way, he was Su Yorong's greatest problem. If he had not come to Holy Maiden Peak, Su Yorong might not have been forced to break out of seclusion early. Thinking of this, he said, "My apologies. In the future, I will do things more cool-headed." Su Yorong turned and smiled at him. "If even my matter cannot break your cool-headedness, then you should be the one apologizing, right?" Chun Chang Sheng thought this over, then said, "That's reasonable. Then I won't change it." He and she had not seen each other for many years. Their correspondence had also been broken for 2 years. Logically, they should feel a little strange. But in reality, they had gone through life and death together too many times. Blood and water mixed together. You are me, I am you. Just like in the eyes of the world, they were truly a match made in heaven. Now that they were together, they were still as calm and indifferent as they used to be. Su Yorong closed her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. The wind outside the cliff lightly brushed against her face, causing her eyelashes to tremble. Along with her was twilight light. Looking at her face, Chun Chang Sheng was slightly moved. He slowly lowered his head. Su Yorong's eyes were still closed, but her expression had a slight change. He didn't know if she had sensed something. Chapter 9:17. There was a squelch. It was not a laugh. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Su Yorong's lips. All of it landed on Chun Changsheng's body. Chun Changsheng seemed to be in a very sorry state. Su Yorong opened her eyes and saw this scene. After a moment's thought, she guessed what had happened. She raised her sleeve and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, revealing a mischievous smile. Chun Changsheng ignored himself. Looking at her pale face, he asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Su Yurong knew that he had a slight obsession with cleanliness. Seeing him ignore her, she was slightly moved. She took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the blood from his face. "It's good that the clotted blood has been forced out." She was facing the twilight and closing her eyes to meditate and heal her wounds. But Chen Chongqing misunderstood her. Chen Chongqing felt slightly embarrassed, but he was even more worried, even though she said she was fine. Closing the temple and entering seclusion was an extremely important matter. Because of him, Su Yurong had broken through the wall and left seclusion early. Her cultivation would inevitably be greatly affected. Most importantly, her Tao heart would be covered in an indelible mark, and it was highly likely that she would never find the opportunity to break through. Thinking of this, Chen Chongqing's mood became increasingly heavy. Su Yurong knew what he was thinking and said, "Many cultivators encounter a situation like mine. Their Tao hearts will be shaken by a single setback, and they will never have a chance to reach the divine. But you don't need to worry about me, because I am more confident than anyone else. I am still very young." The so-called cultivation of the Tao was the cultivation of time. As the youngest cultivator in recorded history to be able to see that threshold, she still had many years to comprehend and savor. Most importantly, she had a clear understanding of this point, ensuring that these years would not be wasted and that her Tao heart would not be affected in any way. Hearing this, Chen Chongqing's mood improved a little. The blood on his face had already been wiped clean by Su Yurong. The occasional remnant was transformed into phoenix flames by the twilight and disappeared, but his clothes could not be dealt with. He very naturally took out a clean Taoist robe from the vault sheath and turned around to change into it. His entire movement seemed especially practiced, as if he had repeated it countless times. Su Yurong asked, "You always have a habit of carrying clean clothes? How did he change it so skillfully?" Chen Chongqing thought back to the large hole that had been punched through the wall of the Orthodox Academy all those years ago. That little girl who had held onto the edge of the large wooden barrel and stared at him. That little girl whose face was clearly red, yet still pretended not to care. He suddenly felt a great longing for her. But how could he bring it up? He only spoke of the scene from the bottom of New North Bridge that led to the frigid pool of the Cold Palace. Su Yurong had known the story of New North Bridge since she was a child, so she wasn't surprised. She asked, "Just what's going on with the little black dragon?" He was asking about Bi Tianxin's death. Although everyone now knew that this was a scheme of the Great Western Continent, the problem was that before this scheme was exposed, Chen Chongqing had never agreed to have the little black dragon come out for a confrontation. As intelligent as she was, she had naturally guessed that something had happened to the little black dragon. Chen Chongqing said, "I can't be sure, but she shouldn't be in danger." Su Yurong asked, "What do we need to do?" Chen Chongqing shook his head and said, "Let's wait for a while." Su Yurong didn't say anything more and asked, "Have you ever walked around here?" Chen Chongqing replied, "I've seen a few of the sites you mentioned in your letters, but I didn't have the time to look at them in detail." Su Yurong smiled. "How about I take you to see them?" Chen Chongqing replied, "Okay." The mountain breeze stirred, the flowering trees swayed, and the fragrance assailed their senses. The white crane broke through the twilight and landed in front of them. With a clear cry, the white crane soared into the sky with the pair on its back. With incredible speed, it once more tore through the twilight, pierced through the clouds, and arrived at the summit. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Chen Chongqing sighed as he gazed at the plains, the Tong River, and those mountains that had already turned the color of ink. "When you were little, you said in your letters that the scenery here was superb. It really was true." Su Yurong forced herself to calm down. "Did I write you letters when I was little? Perhaps you're mistaken, but I wrote you quite a few letters a few years ago." Chen Chongqing smiled. "The white crane should still remember them, so how could you forget?" At these words, The white crane softly cried out, indicating that this was indeed the case. A slightly annoyed expression appeared on Su Yurong's face. I don't know how you managed to trick it into trusting you, but it doesn't even listen to my words. Chun Changxing took her hand and sat down on the most prominent rock on the edge of the cliff. Ever since I was little, I've liked to meditate and cultivate on this rock. Yes, you said so in a letter when I was 9. Hey, you really did remember wrong. I didn't remember wrong, because the scenery you described in the letter was exactly the same as this place. I don't want to talk to you. Fine, then 3 years ago, you said in your letter that there were many birds here, so why don't I see them? Do you want to see? I can have many birds come and play. This is the so-called myriad birds paying homage to the phoenix. Yes, forget it. Night is approaching, and everyone needs to rest. There's no need to disturb them. That's fine, but what about that pheasant? Chen Changsheng was naturally speaking of the golden-winged great pang in the garden of Zhou that was still far from maturing. It likes to eat meat, so I sent it to the plains. Plains? It's the grassland that you gave me. Yeah, let's find a chance to go and see it together. What are we going to see? If the monsters in the garden of Zhou like it, they can live there. We can also live there. Yesterday he had rushed all the way from Fengyang City to here, his heart full of worries. Then he had encountered the closing of South Stream Temple and Bi Tianxin's death. After several soul-stirring battles, Qin Changxing was already exhausted to the extreme, and fatigue gradually overtook him. He and Su Yurong sat on the rock by the edge of the cliff, leaning against each other. Just like in the garden of Zhou, they were extremely relaxed and comfortable. Very quickly they closed their eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yurong suddenly opened her eyes. She calmly gazed at Chen Changxing's face as if she wanted to find some other emotion besides exhaustion, but she found nothing. He was still the same as he was in the past, incomparably clean from the inside out, untainted by dust, without any distracting thoughts. Chen Changxing, why is it that after I turned 10, you were unwilling to reply to my letters? Su Yurong softly asked him. Chen Changxing was already asleep, so it was impossible for him to answer her question. Suddenly, Su Yurong opened her eyes wide and looked at Chen Changxing, a curious expression on her face. Then, she seemed to think of something and became rather nervous. She looked around her. The chirping of birds on the cliff suddenly stopped. The strange beasts all lowered their heads, and even the white crane turned its head to look at the distant mountains. Su Yurong lowered her head and kissed him. Yes, just like the taste of glutinous rice cake. It wasn't bad. At this moment, Chen Changxing opened his eyes, but they did not separate. You didn't guess it, did you? How could I be so easily seen through by you? It's still that phrase I've repeated for so many years. My romance novels are the best. Chapter 918. They looked into each other's eyes at the closest possible distance, seeing themselves reflected in each other's eyes. All was quiet, no sound at all. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them parted. I'm a little hungry, Su Yurong seriously said to him. Chun Changxing's voice trembled as he asked, What do you want to eat? The white crane once more soared into the sky, breaking through the clouds and leaving the mountains to arrive at a small village not far from the Tong River. Su Yurong brought him to the front of a very unremarkable house, and then a middle-aged woman welcomed them in with great surprise. Qin Changxing and Su Yurong both wanted to eat the beef ribs from Fortune Peace Road. The middle-aged woman said, I don't know how to cook the food of the northerners, but I just happen to have a few 3-flower fish today. Why don't I make a pot of fish with tofu? Qin Changxing and Su Yurong glanced at each other. They hadn't expected that what they had regretfully missed out on back then would be made up for here. The tender fish mixed with the even more tender tofu gave off an indescribably delicious taste. An addition of the bright red chili oil made it even more exquisite. Just like in Fortune Peace Road, Chen Chongsheng and Su Yurong first quietly ate for a very long time. Only when their appetites were somewhat satisfied did they begin to chat. All sorts of side dishes were placed around the fish pot, creating a very beautiful sight. The glutinous rice cake that Su Yurong had specially ordered seemed rather out of place. It seems like you really do like to eat sweet things. Chen Chongsheng recalled the candied dates she had brought with her on the shore of the Heaven Lake in Mount Han. Su Yurong did not answer him. Her small face was slightly red, though it was hard to say whether it was because of the spiciness or because of the spiciness. They began to comb through all the recent events. The imperial court's thoughts were already crystal clear, and Chen Chongsheng had long since mentally prepared himself. But Priest Xian's death had still left him somewhat sorrowful. When the Orthodox Academy was reborn from its ruins, Priest Xian could be said to have been the earliest witness. No one could have expected him to have this sort of identity. Moreover, the great Western continent's scheme had been exposed, but everyone knew that this matter was still not over. Bi Yonghong and Wu Qiongbai had gone to White Emperor City, and no one knew what the outcome would be. The White Emperor was probably heavily injured in his battle with the Demon Lord and has been in seclusion for the last few years to recover. White Emperor City is basically in Madame Mu's hands. She made no attempt to conceal her worry, because she already knew why the Black Dragon had gone to White Emperor City. The Black Frost Dragon clan contributed greatly to the founding of the Yao race. Gigi should be safe there. Chen Chongsheng replied, I'm just a little worried about Senior Bi Yonghong. Su Yurong thought of Bi Yonghong and Wu QiongBai's desolate backs as they rode away on the clouds that day, and also fell silent. The world was still not at peace. If even these two experts of the divine domain were to encounter sorrowful matters, who could remain uninvolved? Moreover, Chen Chongsheng was the Pope while she was the Holy Maiden. Both of them had their own responsibilities, so it seemed impossible for them to return to the plains. Chen Chongsheng said, Speaking of which, the person I should thank the most today is Qiu Shanjun, Su Yurong said. Senior Marshal Brother is indeed an extraordinary person. As she said this, her expression was very calm, her tone very natural, suffused with a hint of closeness and trust. If it was an ordinary young man, hearing such words, it was inevitable that he would be a little unhappy. Chen Chongsheng was no ordinary young man, but he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. But he could not say anything, because what Qiu Shanjun had done today was worthy of his gratitude. Moreover, he had personally seen and felt in Sloping Cliff Horse Farm that Qiu Shanjun truly was an extraordinary person. Su Yurong was rather shocked and speechless by Chen Chongsheng's recount of Sloping Cliff Horse Farm's past. She thought to herself, you and Senior Marshal Brother's eyes are truly... When I was drinking with him by the stream, he once mentioned that he liked a girl. Chen Chongsheng glanced at Su Yurong and casually said these words. Su Yurong very calmly replied, You've always had many girls at your side. This was true. From Luo Luo, who had climbed over the wall of the 100 Herb Garden to the Orthodox Academy and refused to leave, to the little Black Dragon, who had used her true blood to save his life under New North Bridge and then protected him, to Mou, who would sneak into the Orthodox Academy every night to lust after the fragrance on his pillow, and even now, the demon princess Nank was still holding onto the corner of his clothes. Chen Chongsheng did not know how to explain, so he could only lower his head and eat, preparing to pick up a piece of glutinous rice cake to taste. Su Yurong did not let him taste it. Confused, he asked why. Su Yurong was somewhat bashful and did not know how to explain, so she could only pluck the glutinous rice cake from the plate and put it on her own plate. Chen Chongsheng thought that she was truly angry. He thought that it was hard to explain to those girls, but there was one thing that could probably be explained. When I was 10, I learned that I had always been ill, incurable, and that I would not live past 20, so I did not reply to your letter. Su Yurong realized that he had not been asleep and had heard everything she had said. Her bashfulness deepened, and she lowered her head in silence. Chun Chongqing looked at her and very seriously said, "Don't be angry at me for this matter." He and Su Yurong were the same age, and their birthdays were only 3 days apart. When they were 6.5 years old, they had an engagement with each other. What kind of person was Su Yurong? When she was 5, the blood of the heavenly phoenix was awakened, and she was carefully raised by the divine empress and the saintess. Although she was only 6.5 years old at that time, let alone her grandfather, the Grand Chancellor, even if the divine empress wanted her to marry, she still had to listen to her opinion. From the day she knew that she had an engagement, she was very curious about the other side of the engagement. She sent a white crane to Xining with a letter. After Qin Chongsheng received her letter, he began to reply. This correspondence continued until he was 10 years old. They were never strangers. But after the letters were cut off, Su Yurong disliked the little Taoist priest and did not want to remember these things. Now, these childhood memories, such as the bamboo dragonfly, seemed to be slowly remembered. When you asked me who I was in the first letter, was your tone really terrible? How was it terrible? I was really curious. In the last letter, you scolded me really fiercely. Who told you not to reply? Because I didn't want to implicate you, and you didn't like me at the time. In truth, I did like you. What did you say? I said that from that time until now, I've always liked you. Me too. Where do you plan on going next? Mount Li. Upon hearing this, Su Yurong's expression froze. She curiously asked, You're going to find senior brother? Chun Chongqing thought it over, then said, I'm going to find senior brother. This was a witty remark. If one was not as intelligent as Su Yurong, they would find it very difficult to understand in such a short time. She seriously asked, Then what about White Emperor City? Chun Chongqing thought of Zhixio's current situation and said, There are priorities. I'll first take care of this matter before anything else. The next chapter will not talk about love. Chapter 919. The closing ceremony of South Stream Temple came to an abrupt end, but the events that had occurred during this time had shocked the entire world. The battle between experts of the divine domain, the exposure of the great Western continent scheme, and the death of the blue-clothed visitor had recently become the topic of discussion. Holy Maiden Su Yurong had broken out of seclusion, and the fact that she and Pope Qin Chongqing were actually able to directly contend against an expert of the divine domain had incited countless discussions and reverence. The Tang, Qiushan, Mutuo, and Wu clans had become extremely low-key in their conduct, and Tang 36 had naturally played a role in this. The Longevity sect had sent the latest news, formally apologizing to the Tang clan and dispatching an elder to cure the Tang clan's eldest son. But Chusu had vanished. Anyone could see that the withering Longevity sect could no longer control this monster. The great Zhou imperial court was still powerful, and Shangxingzhou still firmly sat on the highest seat in the world. According to the agreement from back then, Pope Qin Chongqing still could not return to the capital. He could only travel the world, and no one knew when this situation would be resolved. But anyone could see that the general trend of the world was like the starry sky after a rain, faintly undergoing some sort of transformation. After finishing the pot of fish with tofu, Chun Chongqing did not linger. On the morning of the next day, he brought Tang 36 and the others out of Holy Maiden Peak. As for what he and Holy Maiden Su Yurong had said and done in South Stream Temple that night, no one naturally knew. The upper reaches of the Tong River were dotted with peaks, either in the sunlight or in the clouds, each with its own beauty. Spirit Camphor Peak, where Gentle Stream Monastery was located, had many fragrant camphor trees, filling one's eyes with their verdant beauty. After walking through Spirit Camphor Peak for 10 li, one arrived at the edge of a cliff. Clouds curled around the cliff, making it difficult to see the bottom. On the other side, one could faintly make out a lone peak, the two sides connected by a chain that swayed in the mountain breeze. Just looking at it made one's heart palpitate, much less walking on it. What's the name of that mountain? Tang 36 pointed across from him. Yi Xiaolian, who had brought them here, said, "This peak is called Solitary Peak. It is the easternmost of Mount Li's 36 peaks. In the past, senior brother Qiushan would often practice the sword on this peak. Sometimes the clouds would scatter and the sky would shine brightly. Standing here, one could see everything clearly." Tang 36 heard the emotion in her voice and teased, "You saw him here when you were little and fell in love with Qiushan Jun at first sight?" On the divine avenue of the Li Palace, he and Yi Xiaolian had once had an extremely famous quarrel, so he naturally knew of her feelings. Yi Xiaolian was no longer the little girl of the past. Hearing these words, she did not get angry. She calmly replied, "So what if it is?" Tang 36 moved closer to her and asked in a low voice, "Pardon me for asking, but who do you like now?" Yi Xiaolian imperceptibly glanced at the distant Qin Changsheng, smiled, and said, "I like the house master the most." Hearing this answer, Tang 36 felt bored and said, "Women are really fickle." Zhexiu listened to this conversation from the side and felt that it was rather boring. He walked to the edge of the cliff and looked at the swaying chains in the clouds. He felt that this was more interesting. The lone peak was faintly discernible in the clouds. Qin Changsheng looked in that direction, but he was thinking about something else. Hu 36 knew what he was worried about and whispered, "There's still no news from White Emperor City." Qin Changsheng asked, "Even if we can't find Gigi, why hasn't Guardian Jean been contacted?" Hu 36 replied, "Because the incident happened too suddenly, there weren't many details reported. But this subordinate remembers reading excerpts from 2 years ago. Guardian Jean was demoted once more and is currently farming outside White Emperor City. Even if we can get in touch with him, he probably won't be able to solve the problem." Qin Changsheng said nothing. After that night in the mountains, while he was recuperating in Sloping Cliff Horse Farm, he had already re-established contact with Gigi. Later on, he went through the Mount Song Army headquarters to Winshui City, while Gigi went alone to White Emperor City, 80,000 li away. The Orthodoxy wanted to contend with the imperial court for the greater power of the world, while he wanted to scheme and contend with his master Shang Xingzhou. The first thing they needed to consider was their respective external aid. He had gone to the Winshui Tangs to Holy Maiden Peak and his upcoming journey all because of this consideration. Gigi played the most important role in this matter. To the Orthodoxy and the imperial court, what was the most important external aid? It was not the 4 great clans led by the Tang clan, not the sects of the south, not Holy Maiden Peak, but the demi-human race. From a certain perspective, White Emperor City's stance could decide many things. Madame Mu's stance was already extremely clear. He could only hope that Gigi, who had an extremely deep relationship with White Emperor City, could temporarily hold the fort. Logically speaking, even if Madame Mu had participated in the Great Western Continent scheme and stood on his master Shang Xingzhou's side, Gigi should still be safe in White Emperor City. But he felt more and more uneasy, though he didn't know why. Perhaps it was because his spiritual connection with Gigi had been severed. Perhaps it was because the people of the Orthodoxy could not touch Jinyulu. Or perhaps it was because it had been several years since he had heard any news of that fellow. "Just where have you been these past few years, and what have you been doing?" Tang 36 walked to his side and comforted him. "There's no need to worry. That bear brat's skin is thick and he'll be fine. At most, he'll just suffer a little." Zhexiu thought of that bear youth in the Orthodox Academy who used his back to smash trees every day to hide his food, and the hard lines on his face softened. Tang 36 asked, "Where do we go next?" Qin Changsheng pointed across from him and said, "Mount Li, that solitary mountain in the clouds, was Mount Li, at the northernmost end of the Luomei Mountains, next to the most fertile plains of the human world. 36 mountains pointed north like sharp swords. These mountains were all Mount Li." Tang 36's expression chilled as he asked, "Are we really going?" "We don't have the time right now." Qin Changsheng glanced at Zhexiu and thought to himself, "We truly don't have the time." Suddenly, a tremor came from the edge of the cliff. This tremor was so intense that the clouds outside the cliff were shaken into threads and slowly dispersed. The chain became much clearer, and it was even possible to see the rust on it. Soon after, there was another tremor, and the dust on the ground was jolted into the air. Where did this tremor come from? Tang 36's expression became serious. Qin Changsheng was somewhat nervous. They were all looking at Zhixio. The tremor came from Zhixio's body. It was like a tide, like a thunderclap. Zhixio's face was abnormally pale, as if he had just suffered a heavy injury. There was clearly something wrong with White Emperor City, but Chen Changsheng still wanted to go to Mount Li not because he had been seized by a sudden impulse. It was because Zhixio's tide rush of blood was flaring up more and more frequently, and his illness was worsening. There's no need to worry. I should be able to live for another 10 days to half a month. Zhixio made a rare joke, but no one could laugh. Chapter 920. In the distant west of the continent was a beautiful but dangerous world. That world had countless mountains, and snow could be seen in all 4 seasons. It also had countless surging rivers and innumerable primitive forests. Whether underwater or in the forests, countless vicious beasts lived. This was what the common people called the land of the demi-humans. In the depths of the land of the demi-humans was an extremely grand and wondrous city. It towered between the mountains and was surrounded by 800 li of the Red River. Its walls were built from white, jade-like stone. Coupled with the ever-present clouds and mist, from a distance, it was indescribably magnificent, inspiring reverence in those who looked at it. This city did not have the capital's imperial design, nor did it have the array beneath the Li Palace. It relied on its sturdy walls to resist foreign enemies, as well as the even steadier wills and violent temperaments of the demi-humans. This was the legendary White Emperor City. It was said that countless years ago, the heavenly Tong monoliths fell on the eastern continent. The human race developed intelligence, and at the same time, the demi-humans began to awaken and develop their own civilization. It was just that the distance from the mausoleum of books was rather long, so their civilization progressed a little slower than the human race. Some demi-humans that lived in the wilderness all year round still had a wild nature to this day. Because of their straightforward and simple temperaments, the demi-humans did not have an easy time on the continent before they formally established their nation. They suffered the discrimination and oppression of the demon race, and the nearly extinct elf race was a concrete witness to this tragic history. The role the human race played in this part of history was not glorious. It was only 1,000-some years ago that, in order to resist the increasingly tyrannical and powerful demon race, several generations of great leaders of the demi-human race and the human race expended enormous patience and wisdom to finally persuade the two sides to put aside their old grudges and join hands. Ultimately, in the reign of Emperor Taizong, they established an alliance. After the long passage of time, the hatred between the demi-humans and the human race gradually faded. But because of that even more distant history and the irreconcilable differences between the two sides still retained some hostility or wariness. For example, in the most recent war, the armies of the human race and the demon race had fought on the snowy plains for 2 whole years. Other than symbolically moving 2 tribes eastward by 1,000 li, the demi-humans had done nothing else. This point had already given rise to much discussion in the capital. The human ministers and generals were worried that the demi-humans might have other ideas, but the venerable Taoist Master Shang Xingzhou remained calm. He was extremely confident in the entire situation because he believed that he clearly understood what Madame Mu wanted. Actually, I don't even know what I want. The identity we live with is actually the role we play, whether it's a princess, a queen, a wife, or a mother. It's just that the longer you act, the more roles you play, the more you forget who you really are. If I don't even know my own role, how can I judge what I want? If we want to get a clear and real answer, then we must look back to the beginning of time and remember what you saw when you opened your eyes to see the world. At the time, I was held in my father's arms by the sea. The waves were like rolling ink, and there was a white dot dancing in the middle. It was very beautiful. What about you? The 800 li of the Red River encircled White Emperor City. The plains on both sides were fertile, the forests lush, and countless tribes lived here. In the depths of a very hidden cliff, there was a small building that seemed to be one with heaven and earth. In front of the small building was a meadow. Below the meadow was a cliff, and in the distance was the surging red waves. From there, one could see the majestic city in the clouds. A woman stood on the edge of the cliff, gazing at the Red River and White Emperor City as she slowly spoke, her tone indifferent. A black-clothed girl stood behind her, a chain tied to her ankle. The other end of the chain extended deep into the ground. It was the little black dragon, Gigi. As she gazed at the woman's back, she very naturally recalled the Tianhai divine empress that she once feared the most. Perhaps it was because the woman's figure also gave off an unreachable feeling, or perhaps it was because the woman also habitually held her hands behind her. In the present world, there was only one woman that could compare to the Tianhai divine empress, White Emperor City's empress, Madame Mu. Upon hearing Madame Mu's question, the little black dragon very seriously pondered it, then replied, "I saw a pearl." She then spread her hands and gestured in the air. A pearl this big. If she was not exaggerating, then this pearl was truly a little ridiculously big. The little black dragon continued, "Mother said that I loved to cry when I was born, and no amount of coaxing could soothe me. Only when I held that pearl in my bosom did I calm down." Madame Mu asked, "Presumably, that was the legendary mermaid's tear?" The dragon race resided in the extremely distant depths of the Southern Sea, and the great Western continent was also a country in the sea. The two shared similar legends, so they could be considered to understand each other. The little black dragon said, later on at New North Bridge, Scholar Wang snatched it away. Madame Mu said, "He only knows how to bully a child like you. Lord Wang is no hero." The little black dragon approved of these words. With an innocent expression, she said, "Empress, you are an extraordinary person. So don't bully a child like me." Madame Mu replied, "I am not a hero, only a woman." Aggrieved, the little black dragon asked, "Then how long is lady prepared to imprison me?" Madame Mu replied, "I am not Lord Wang, nor am I Tianhai. I have no interest in imprisoning you." After a moment of silence, the little black dragon asked, "Then when are you prepared to kill me?" Back then, the demi-human race was able to establish their country entirely because of your black frost dragon tribe. If I do not want to be spurned by the entire demi-human race, I will not kill you. Madame Mu looked at the massive white city on the other shore of the Red River and calmly said, "Moreover, although your cultivation level is not at its peak, you are still not that easy to kill. If not for the fact that your soul was once extracted, I would have found it very difficult to silently restrain you." Upon hearing these words, the little black dragon recalled those scenes at the bottom of New North Bridge, especially the pain of having her soul extracted by the Tianhai divine empress. Her small face paled, and when she recalled the pain of having her deep freeze dragon breath forcefully extracted by this person, her vertical pupils constricted, a hint of hatred flashing through them. "Just what do you want to do?" she asked as she stared at Madame Mu's back. Madame Mu did not turn around. She softly said, "I should be asking you this question. In the Battle of the Snowy Mountains, His Majesty the Demon Lord naturally did not kill you out of consideration for your father, but you faked your death and sneaked into White Emperor City. What does Qin Changsheng want you to do?" The little black dragon said nothing. She had come to White Emperor City on Chen Changsheng's orders to first see the White Emperor, but the White Emperor was in seclusion recovering from his injuries, so she could only think of a way to see Luo Luo. But before she could enter the palace, she realized that something was wrong. By the time she was prepared to leave, it was already too late. Madame Mu had captured her and brought her here. Qin Changsheng's orders had been very clear. Whether she was seeing the White Emperor or Luo Luo, she had to hide it from Madame Mu. Everyone knew about the problems between the imperial court, the orthodoxy, and White Emperor City, but she had not expected Madame Mu to take such an unyielding stance. Her tacit understanding with Shang Xingzhou alone could not explain this. She suddenly thought of a possibility and said in a low voice, "Could it be that the people of the great Western continent want to stir up a storm on the continent?" Madame Mu faintly smiled. "We've been preparing for several centuries. How could a single storm be enough?" With her conjecture finally confirmed, the little black dragon fell quiet for a very long time, then said, "Have you still not understood the true reason why Mu Jiosher was expelled from the Li Palace? The Pope has always been wary of you, and so have many other people. They have not forgotten you." Madame Mu slowly turned around, her smile fading as she asked, "So, what?" The little black dragon stared into her eyes and said, "I don't know what your scheme is, but I know that someone died yesterday. But Qinchangxing is still alive." Millions upon millions of people lived on the continent, and at every moment many people would die for all sorts of reasons. If it were just the death of an ordinary person, she would naturally not have paid attention to it, much less intentionally bring it up. Experts of the divine domain had some sort of indistinct connection with each other. Her cultivation had fallen greatly, but this connection had not been lost. She could clearly sense that yesterday an expert of the divine domain had returned to the Sea of Stars. She did not know that this expert of the divine domain was the imperial uncle of the great Western continent. But Madame Mu knew, and the smile on her face instantly vanished. Chapter 9:21. Madame Mu's eyes became extremely serene, like a massive whale was slowly swimming at the bottom of the ocean, about to flap its wings and tail and raise furious waves. Suddenly, she closed her eyes. When she opened them again, there was no anger in them, only absolute and frightening calm. It was still the deepest ocean. There were no angry waves, but a pressure that mortals found difficult to endure. When I opened my eyes and saw that little white in the stormy waves, I thought it was a seagull, that it represented the freedom of my life. After a moment of silence, she continued, "Many years later, even when Imperial Uncle expelled me from the great Western continent, I still believed this, so I did not feel disappointed. On the contrary, I believed that I had obtained my wish. But it was also on that day that I realized that the little white that I saw was not a seagull, but a sail. Zhou Dufu rowed a boat alone through the waves and returned in boredom. Only when I learned the truth of this story did I understand that my life had never been free. That white sail represented coming and going, signifying that we must return to our homeland. This was the true meaning of my life." The little black dragon did not understand the meaning of Madame Mu's words. Madame Mu also had no intention of continuing to explain, and left the cliff. Countless years ago, her imperial uncle had found an excuse to expel her from the great Western continent. She began to travel the continent, meeting many extraordinary figures, ultimately becoming the empress of the demi-human race. Relying on her icy intelligence and methods, she obtained the White Emperor's trust and love, the Tianhai Divine Empress's trust and friendship. But she had not expected that in the battle between the White Emperor and the Demon Lord in the snowy plains to the north of Mount Han, both sides heavily wounded, Shang Xingzhou, who had hidden himself for so many years, suddenly rose. Her judgment of the situation was still accurate. Without hesitation, she stood at Shang Xingzhou's side and obtained his promise. Just as the situation was gradually getting under her control and the great undertaking she had been planning for so many years was about to succeed, the imperial uncle she had trusted and even revered since childhood had suddenly died. News of what had happened on the plateau of Holy Maiden Peak had already reached her ears. The great Western continent's plan had been exposed. Many people had turned their gazes to White Emperor City, to her. Bianhong and Wuqiongbai had even come. Logically speaking, she should have been very nervous, at least a little uneasy, but she was not. She was just as calm, composed, and confident as ever. The white sail flapped in the wind, extremely striking in the turbid red waters. The big boat broke through the waves and went straight to the other side. She walked up the stone steps and headed towards the palace at the very top. The thousands of demon race soldiers on both sides of the stone steps saluted. In the streets not far away, countless demon race citizens knelt on the ground, shouting all kinds of greetings. Arriving in front of the imperial palace, she gently rubbed her abdomen in her sleeves. Then she turned around and looked down at the majestic white city. A confident smile appeared on her indifferent face. This was her city. Even if Byung-hong and his wife, Qin Chongsheng, the prefects of the orthodoxy, and Wang-pa came together, they would still die. The demon law was very simple and only had 17 pages. It was written very clearly on the first page. White Emperor City belonged to White Emperor. On the second page, there was a beautiful addition. White Emperor City also belongs to every demi-human that lives within it. In fact, for countless years, the sentence on the first page had been thoroughly implemented, while the sentence on the second page had remained on the page. To the demi-humans, the glory of the demi-human race made them proud to live in White Emperor City, but to become the true master of White Emperor City, that could only be imagined, not even daring to think about it, unless they had already drunk a lot of wine and were as drunk as mud. Perhaps it was for this reason, but even more so because of their personalities. The vast majority of demi-humans loved to drink, especially strong wine. The outer part of White Emperor City along the river was dotted with all sorts of small taverns. These taverns sold cheap but strong wine and terrible but expensive food. They stole large amounts of money from the lower-class people and the tribal youths who came to sell their wares. A place like this was surrounded every day by the stench of animal hides, feet, and vomit, so it naturally smelled extremely unpleasant. If not for the fact that it was so close to the river and that the Bureau of Health would send people to roughly wash it with the water of the Red River, not even the hunters of the jailing tribe would be able to endure it. A very ordinary small tavern by the river was just as noisy as any other small tavern, and its back door was just as cold and cheerless as any other. A mountain of bowls and wine cups was piled there. The only difference was that the figure squatting in front of the basin washing the dishes was extremely tall and sturdy, like a real mountain. The mountainous man had his head lowered as he silently washed the dishes, as if the noisy world behind him had nothing to do with him. The back door of the tavern was pushed open with a creak, and 2 drunken customers staggered out. They didn't seem to see the man washing the dishes, so they untied their pants and began to pee. The man hurriedly moved the basin further away and reminded them at the same time. Only now did the 2 customers notice the dishwasher. One of them cursed, "Don't you have eyes? Hurry up and get out of my way." His companion, who had drunk a little less, patted him on the shoulder and pointed at the dishwasher as he whispered a few words to him. The scolding customer sobered up a little and then let out an exaggerated laugh. "Oh my, is this the legendary bear cup?" His companion laughed, indicating that he should hurry up and finish his business and go back to drinking. The customer laughed and cursed a few more times before leaving. The man picked up a large water jar and washed the ground along the wall. Shaking his head, he continued to wash the dishes in silence. It was clear that he was very skilled at washing dishes. The mountainous dishes in the basin danced through his seemingly clumsy hands and were quickly cleaned. He carried the washed dishes back to the tavern's kitchen. Just as he was about to wash the stove, he was called back by the boss, who said that business was too good today and that the front was too busy, so he needed him to help serve wine. When he arrived at the front hall of the tavern, the clamor suddenly stopped and countless gazes were cast over. The lights in the tavern were rather dim, but one could clearly see the face. Although this man, who was as tall and sturdy as a mountain, had a full beard, his eyes were clear and bright. He was clearly still very young, and when one recalled the rumors of the bear tribe being forthright and old-fashioned, this person was likely still a youth. The reason the clamor in the tavern suddenly died down was the arm strength displayed by this bear youth. A total of 12 pots of strong, wine hung from his left arm like heavy fruits. They did not tremble in the slightest and seemed extremely stable. As expected of the famed young hunter of the bear tribe, this strength is truly great. He's that Xian Yuan Pa. Yes, he was Xian Yuan Pa. The bear youth washing dishes in the tavern by the river was Xian Yuan Pa. 5 years had passed, but his simple and honest self seemed to still be doing the same thing. To the entire continent, the name Xian Yuan Pa had long been cleanly forgotten. However, to the customers who frequented this small tavern and the surrounding neighbors, this name was very famous. This was because he had once been to the capital. To the demonic tribes, the human world was incomparably far away. Anyone who had been there had the qualifications to boast about it. The drunkard who had gone to the back street to gave a strange laugh and said, "Isn't this just a piece of trash?" As he said this, many gazes fell on Xian Yuan Po's right arm. Xian Yuan Po's left arm was as strong as a massive tree, but his right arm was somewhat withered for some reason, looking like a withered branch. The contrast between the two arms was extremely clear, making the scene all the more miserable. Chapter 9:22. A few customers who knew of Xian Yuan Po's experiences in the capital whispered a few words to each other. Only then did the crowd realize that Xian Yuan Po's right arm had been injured and seemed to be crippled. Do you really believe the bragging of a piece of trash like this? And an expert of the Tianhai clan, you might as well just say it's Tianhai Xingxue. The drunkard reeked of alcohol as he yelled, spitting at Xian Yuan Po's feet. Xian Yuan Po remained silent, saying nothing, much less retaliating. With some difficulty, he used his right hand to remove the wine jug from his left arm and placed it on the table. Seeing that he was ignoring him, the drunkard became even angrier and began to curse, his words becoming more and more unpleasant. Some of the customers also began to jeer at Xian Yuan Po. Xian Yuan Po continued to ignore them. After putting down the jug of wine, he turned and prepared to return. The drunkard suddenly stood up and yelled, "Hey, bear cub, stop right there." Xian Yuan Po stopped and looked over. The drunkard hiccuped and asked with a lisp, "You've really been to the capital?" Xian Yuan Po nodded. The drunkard asked, "You were really schoolmates with His Holiness the Pope?" Xian Yuan Po thought it over, then corrected, "At the very beginning, he and I were both students. Later on, he became principal, and I became the supervisor." Hearing this, the drunkard roared with laughter. Many of the customers also began to laugh, feeling that these words were far too absurd. The drunkard pointed at his right arm and jeered, "Look at his arm. That's a piece of trash without the slightest bit of strength. He's only fit to wash dishes, and he calls himself the supervisor of the Orthodox Academy? That's the Orthodox Academy. If you had that kind of ability, would you still be here washing dishes?" The capital of the great Zhou was too far from the world of the demi-humans. The specifics of many things that happened there were very difficult to transmit to the small taverns of White Emperor City. But the customers of any small tavern, no matter how much they drank, all knew of the Orthodox Academy. The princess they adored and worshipped the most was once a student of the Orthodox Academy, and her teacher was the current pope. If Xian Yuan Po really had once stayed in the Orthodox Academy and even served as a supervisor, then how could he possibly be washing dishes in such a filthy little tavern? There was a table in the corner, and a few customers at the table frowned as they listened. They looked at each other and felt very puzzled. These people were low-level executives of the Red River Trading Company, and they had once followed a caravan to the capital. They knew that Xian Yuan Po wasn't lying, but they didn't know how he had fallen to such a state. After His Holiness the Pope left the capital, he never showed himself again. I'm afraid he can't even take care of himself. So how could he have the energy to care about him? What about Her Highness? After all, it's all an old matter from many years ago. How could a noble person possibly remember it for so long? Moreover, I heard that Xian Yuan Po left the capital before the coup of the Mausoleum of Books. Based on the time, he probably left when he saw that the situation was not right which was equivalent to running away. How could he still have the face to see Her Highness? Seeing that the situation was getting more and more chaotic, the owner of the tavern reprimanded Xian Yuanpe and chased him back to the kitchen. Xian Yuanpe didn't have any reaction. He carried a dirty bowl outside and continued to wash it in silence. In these 3 years he had been ridiculed and called trash many times, but he had never paid any attention to it. It wasn't because he was numb, nor was it because he had a wooden personality, but because he knew that he wasn't trash, and he didn't feel that he was sinking into depravity. Back then, when his right arm had been crippled by Tian Haya, he left Star Caesar Academy of his own accord and went to wash dishes at a night market in the capital. Now he was just returning to his old job. He remembered very clearly that Chen Changxing had said that there was nothing shameful about working to earn money. It was a very glorious thing. It wasn't because he had left the Orthodox Academy before the coup of the Mausoleum of Books that he didn't have the face to see his old friends, such as Princess Luoluo. When he left the Orthodox Academy, he only used 17 days to run from the capital back to White Emperor City. The 80,000 li of dust and dirt directly caused him to become so thin that he didn't even look human. His body that was as tall and sturdy as a mountain turned into a bamboo pole. Of course, he wasn't running away. He knew that Chen Changxing was about to die, so he wanted to ask for help. What he didn't expect was that even with the seal that Princess Luoluo had specially left for him, he still couldn't enter the imperial palace. On the morning of the second day, he went to the hillside outside White Emperor City to find Jin Yulu for help. But he discovered that this demi-human great general's manor was actually surrounded by the guards of the imperial palace, and there were also many spies hidden in the forest. Xian Yuanpe had no way, but fortunately, it didn't take long before he heard the aftermath of what happened in the capital. The Tianhai Divine Empress died. Qin Changxing didn't die. The Orthodox Academy still existed. Qin Changxing even became the Pope, and then Qin Changxing left the capital, never to be heard from again. To Xian Yuanpe, he could return to the capital's Orthodox Academy, or he could return to his own tribe. Either option was a very good choice, but he chose to stay in White Emperor City, because it was very obvious that something had happened here. He still hadn't seen Princess Luoluo, and he still hadn't seen Jin Yulu. Just like this, he silently lived in White Emperor City for 3 years, gradually becoming the object of ridicule, gradually forgotten. But he had never forgotten what he had stayed here to do. At midnight, the tavern was finally empty. Xian Yuanpe finished his strenuous work, used cold water to wash his body clean, changed into a clean set of clothes, and walked to the back gate of the imperial palace in the alley of the Shao clan. He greeted the manager of the food store with familiarity and began his other job, delivering food to the imperial palace. The imperial palace was naturally heavily guarded, and the delivery of food could only be delivered to the office outside the city. It was impossible to walk into the palace. Xian Yuanpe didn't have enough money to bribe those guards, and he wasn't clever enough to curry favor with some noble, so he naturally didn't have accurate information about the palace. But he could use stupid methods to achieve his goals, just like he had in the past 2 years. The manager of the food store had a daily list of dishes. Every day he would earnestly read it over 3 times, and when he returned home he would write it down. He was well aware of Princess Luoluo's favorite dishes. Those dishes were often produced in the distant human world and were extremely eye-catching on the menu. He could remember them so clearly because he was the logistics manager of the Orthodox Academy. From the very beginning, the Orthodox Academy's meals had all been prepared by him. Through these menus, he could confirm whether Princess Luoluo was in the palace, whether she was well, and what her mood was like. Yes, this was the reason he had stayed in White Emperor City. As usual, Xian Yuanpe finished reading the menu and the number of dishes to be bestowed. After confirming that Princess Luoluo was fine, he creased his brow. In the depths of winter, snow red was the crispest. The small basket of snow red delivered to the palace 2 days ago was Princess Luoluo's favorite dish. Whether it was stir-fried or served in soup, logically speaking, it should have been replenished today. Why didn't he see it? Princess Luolua's mood was somewhat bad. What had happened? Just when Xian Yuanpe was prepared to take the risk and ask around, the news quickly spread from the imperial palace, quickly spreading to all of White Emperor City. Presumably, it wouldn't take long for it to spread to the entire continent, because it was obvious that some important figure in the palace had deliberately released this news. Princess Luoluo was about to be married. I'm about to write about my Luoluo. I'm a little nervous. Just one chapter today. Chapter 923. According to the rules of the White Emperor clan and the traditions of the entire demi-human race, if one could not cultivate the imperial clan's techniques to the highest level, they would not have the right to inherit the throne. In the past tens of thousands of years, there had been no exceptions, and there had never been a monster princess who was able to cultivate the imperial cultivation method to the highest level. If there were no other princes, then the royal family would conduct a groom selection. The son-in-law would be conferred the title of prince, and after cultivating the royal cultivation method to the highest level, he would become the successor to the demon race's throne. Princess Luolua's marrying was a matter that many of the demi-human subjects thought was natural. Who she married was the true crux of the matter, because the man she had chosen was very likely to be the next White Emperor. Xian Yuanpe didn't see it that way. He and Princess Luoluo were both students of the Tradition Academy and also Qin Changsheng's patients. He knew better than anyone that the problem with Luoluo's meridian channels had long been cured by Qin Changsheng. As long as she was given enough time, she could obviously cultivate the imperial family's techniques to the highest level. At that time, she would be the indisputable next White Emperor. Why would there be a need for a marriage? All right, even if Princess Luoluo became the next White Emperor, she would still get married. Xian Yuanpe sat on a rock on the bank of the Red River. Suddenly, he felt that his face was slightly wet. Raindrops fell along with the morning breeze. The sky wanted to rain, and Her Highness wanted to marry. These were all natural things. But why do I feel so sad? Of course, it was not because he had unknown feelings for Her Highness. He was a member of the Tradition Academy, and Her Highness was the vice principal of the Tradition Academy. He had the responsibility to protect Her Highness. He knew that Her Highness did not want to marry anyone else. If something happened to her, how could he face Qin Changsheng? How much would Jishio look down on him? Would Su Mo Yu cross his name off the list? And Tang 36 mouth. Thinking about that, Xian Yuanpe felt quite terrified, and his face became somewhat pale. Your Highness, I won't let you get married. He punched the stone beside him hard. His right arm had shrunk quite badly and seemed to have no strength at all. There was moss on the stone, and it only made a light sound. Only by looking closely would one be able to vaguely see that under his sleeves there were countless extremely faint electric threads winding around his arm. Xian Yuanpe left the banks of the Red River. An hour later, a clap of thunder boomed from the shore of the Red River. The storm intensified. The hard rock on the shore cracked in the middle and fell into the river with a rumbling sound. The moss on the surface of the stone was burnt to death. It had been 4 years since he had returned to the imperial city from the capital. Luolua's life was very normal. Just like when he was young, he lived in luxury, learned cultivation, learned the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Other than worrying about Qin Changsheng and those old friends of the Orthodox Academy, nothing else could affect her mood. Her smile was still so sweet, and her eyes were still so lively as if they could speak. Today, Princess Luoluo will be learning the law sword of the Mountly sword style. In these years, Qin Changsheng had only sent her one letter, but that letter was very long and contained a lot of words. In that letter, Qin Changsheng had carefully arranged her 5 years of homework. From this point of view, although Qin Changsheng wasn't particularly competent as a teacher, it couldn't be said that he didn't put in any effort. As for why he wanted to learn the Mountly sword style, it was because Qin Changsheng felt that the Mountly sword style was the best, and it just so happened that the secrets of the Mountly sword style were in Luolua's hands. The The morning wind carried drops of rain against the window. Luolua's gaze left the sword manual and fell upon the window. She looked at the drizzling rain, but also seemed to look into the distance beyond the rain. In these 4 years, she had been extremely diligent in her studies, not missing a single moment. As long as she could grasp the law, sword of the Mount Li sword sect, the homework Qin Changsheng had arranged for her was about to be finished. This was a full year ahead of the estimated time in that letter. If I finish learning all this, teacher will come to see me, right? At the very least, he should write another letter and give me new homework. Luo silently thought, then calmed her mind and continued to read the sword manual. Guardian Li gazed at her with doting eyes, both proud and distressed. The raindrops lightly tapped against the window, and the sounds of kneeling and footsteps could be heard. Luo froze for a moment, then raised her head to glance. Letting out a happy cry, she rushed over. She hugged Madame Mu's arm and lightly shook her head, sweetly smiling. She seemed to be acting coquettishly, but it was more of longing and closeness. Madame Mu smiled as she caressed her face and warmly said a few words of concern. After some idle talk, Luo began to ask for guidance on some of the problems in cultivation, which Madame Mu earnestly answered. Time passed slowly like this. Madame Mu left. Luo gazed in the direction in which she had vanished, the smile on her face gradually fading. For some reason, she seemed rather sad. Has it really been confirmed? Yes, it's already spread throughout the city. The source should be the guards of the Abyssal Pearl Pavilion. Luolua's sadness was that Madame Mu had not even told her. She gazed at Guardian Li and asked hopefully, "Is it possible for father to leave seclusion in half a year?" Guardian Li whispered, "Probably not." In that heaven-shaking battle between the White Emperor and the Demon Lord on the snowy plains to the north of Mount Han, both sides suffering heavy injuries, the Demon Lord had been forced off the throne by the alliance of Black Robe and the Demon Commander, thrown into the abyss, and finally killed by his own son in the snowy mountains using the starry sky. The White Emperor's injuries were similarly severe, and he had gained some enlightenment in this battle. Upon returning to White Emperor City, he began to cultivate in seclusion, recuperating from his injuries in the hopes of advancing a step further. Up until now, this peerlessly domineering demon race supreme being had not appeared for 5 years. Luo gazed at the awe-inspiring lines on the sword manual. After a moment of silence, she asked, "What about Guardian Jean?" "The guard is still very strict. If you want to get in touch with him, it will be very difficult not to be discovered." Guardian Li hesitated for a moment, then added, "Even if you can get in touch with Guardian Jean, he can't do anything." "Reasonable." Luo asked, "Is Xianyuan still in that small tavern?" Guardian Li couldn't help but smile at the mention of Xianyuan Pa. "And he comes to the palace every day to look at the menu." Luo smiled. "Send someone to keep an eye on him. If he tries anything, knock him unconscious and send him back to the capital." Guardian Li softly assented, then couldn't help but sigh. Luo had an extremely noble status, but now that her mother wanted to control her, she had no helper. The only person who could help her, the bear youth who had always wanted to help her. She could not bear for him to be trapped in a perilous situation because of her. "Do you know what I fear the most?" Luo whispered. Guardian Li froze. Luo fell quiet for a while, then said, "What I fear the most is that if mother does this, isn't she afraid that father will get angry?" This was also something that Guardian Li had never understood. If mother is not worried, then there are only 2 possibilities. One possibility is that the feelings they've shared for several centuries are fake, and mother will harm father. The most terrifying possibility is that father also knows of this matter. As she said this, Luolua's expression was rather perplexed, appearing extremely helpless and weak. Guardian Li finally couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, why have we not sent a letter to the humans?" Chapter 924. Sending a letter to the human race was naturally referring to sending a letter to Qin Changsheng. In Guardian Li's view, given the relationship between the Pope and Her Highness as master and disciple, as long as he knew of this matter, he would assuredly think of a way to resolve it. Whether it was personally writing a letter or using some other method, it would place no small amount of pressure on the Empress. The Empress would presumably have some misgivings about her actions, but for some reason, Princess Luoluo was unwilling to agree. In the past 3 years, the Pope's whereabouts might have been difficult to find, but now the entire continent knew that the Pope had returned and had even accomplished many great deeds. "Teacher, I wonder how he's been these past few years." Luoluo softly said, "He still has many things to do. As his student, I can help him, but I also can't give him any trouble." Guardian Li was rather anxious. How could this be giving him trouble? And that year in the capital? Luoluo knew what she wanted to say and shook her head. Back in the capital, from the grand examination to the mausoleum of books to the garden of Zhou, you and I seemed to be the Orthodox Academy's greatest backers, but in reality we were limited by our statuses and simply couldn't do anything. And just like now, teacher has never asked me to do anything. Guardian Li was somewhat confused by her meaning. This is the reason why in these past few years, besides studying, teacher hasn't even sent a single letter. Luoluo opened her eyes wide and earnestly said, "None of you understand teacher's meaning." "Ah, he really dotes on me." Guardian Li froze, asking, "Then your Highness, how do you understand?" Luoluo matter-of-factly replied, "Because I'm teacher's student." Guardian Li wanted to say a few more words of advice, but seeing her expression, she ultimately only sighed. Luoluo comforted, "Even if Mother has any thoughts, she won't do anything to harm me. After all, I'm her daughter by blood." Guardian Li thought to herself, "This truly is reasonable. The Empress only has one precious daughter, so there's no reason for her not to love her. But what if the Empress really wants you to marry the second prince?" "You mean that cousin from the great Western continent? I met him once when I was very young." Luoluo recalled her childhood and smiled. "He definitely doesn't want to marry me." Guardian Li thought, that second prince is unable to inherit the throne of the great Western continent. If he marries Princess, he might become the next White Emperor, so why wouldn't he be willing? Who wants to marry a tigress? Luoluo stretched out her 2 small hands as if she was about to pounce. "If he really becomes bold and insists on marrying me, I'll bite him to death," she said. After saying this, she opened her mouth and roared twice. However, she didn't look like a tiger. She looked more like a kitten. She was extremely cute. How could Guardian Li endure this? She pulled her into her embrace and began to rub her body. She beamed and said, "Who wouldn't like such a treasure like Her Highness?" Then she thought of a certain matter and snapped, "Only His Holiness the Pope is unlucky." Luoluo saw her resentful expression and couldn't help but giggle. Then she blinked her eyes and moved closer to her ear to whisper a few words. Guardian Li was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. She asked, "So that's what you think?" Luoluo opened her eyes wide and said innocently, "I wasn't thinking of anything." Clouds and mist lingered outside the cliff. Tang 36 looked at Zheshio's pale face, and his face also became somewhat pale. "Don't scare me," he said. Zheshio realized that his joke had not been very effective, so he returned to his normal appearance and said no more. Tang 36 turned to Qin Changxing and asked, "Just what's going on here?" Qin Changxing replied, "It's just like what you saw." Tang 36 was very angry. Yesterday he was still in high spirits. How can you tell that he's a man about to die? Yesterday on the plateau, Qin Changxing and Zheshio had worked together to kill the White Tiger Divine General. Qin Changxing's swordplay was admittedly extremely swift and fierce, but the person who had truly decided the situation was Zheshio. Everyone who had seen it with their own eyes would probably find it difficult to forget that scene for the rest of their lives. At the time, Jishio had silently appeared behind the White Tiger Divine General like a real ghost. The White Tiger Divine General was the second-ranked Divine General of the Great Zhou, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of star condensation. He could be considered one of the strongest, tensome people below the divine domain. But when Jishio had already arrived behind him, he had actually been completely unaware. This matter itself was extremely strange and terrifying to the extreme. And then there was the fact that he had used his wolf claws to tear apart the White Tiger Divine General's almost perfect star domain. The strength Jishio had displayed on the plateau was many times greater than what he had displayed in the capital several years ago, many times more terrifying. Tang, 36, was very shocked. He believed that Jishio had had another fortuitous encounter in the snowy plains of the north, or that he had rapidly advanced after fighting with demon experts in the last few years. As for his illness, it was naturally completely cured. He had not expected that not only had Jishio's illness not been cured, it had even gotten worse. The tide rush of blood was a strange illness that Jishio had brought out of his mother's womb. As he grew older, the illness worsened, and the frequency at which it flared up increased. Accompanied by unbearable pain, his meridians would be broadened, his sea of consciousness would also expand, and his strength would rise at an astonishing rate. This was not a good thing. It was like the water in a river gradually overflowing its dike. It seemed ferocious and unstoppable, but once the dike collapsed, how could the river water remain? The faster his strength rose, the closer his body was to the verge of collapse. From the current situation, Jishio's strength was rising at an unimaginable speed, which also proved that he was getting closer and closer to that day. There would come a day when the tidal waves of berserk true essence would burst through his meridians, and the rapidly increasing star radiance would tear apart his body, welcoming him to death. Tang 36 stared at Qin Changxing and said, "For years ago, you clearly said that you could cure his illness." Qin Changxing was quiet for a while, then said, "I didn't think it would be so fast, and also—" He did not finish because he could not bear to say it. In these last few years, Jishio had fought far too frequently with demon experts on the snowy plains of the northern border, exhausting his body too much. Moreover, he had not taken medicine on time. These were all important reasons for Jishio's current condition. Tang 36 continued to stare at him. Qin Changsheng understood his meaning and shook his head. "I sent the first bottle as soon as it was made. It was useless." Tang 36 asked, "Is there no other method?" Qin Changsheng replied, "Ordinary medical techniques are not very useful. In my view, the simplest and most effective method is like what the Divine Empress did at the peak of the Mausoleum of Books. She completely shattered my soul and body and then reforged it. The Tianhai Divine Empress was already dead, and it would be difficult to find a second concealed divinity realm expert in the world. The secluded Wang Jitsa might have reached this legendary realm, but in the depths of the clouds, how could one search for him? There's another method. Use a sufficient amount of sacred light and pour it directly into his body." Qin Changxing continued, "If we can find a way to the sacred light continent, then there's still hope." Tang 36's complexion improved a little upon hearing this. Although the chances were still slim, hope was still hope. And from Qin Changxing's words, he could tell that Jishio's lifespan was probably not as short as he had said, only 10 days to half a month. Tang 36 asked, "Just how much longer can he live?" Qin Changsheng thought it over, but he did not give a definite answer. "I will think of a way to extend this period of time a little longer." It truly did require a little longer, because finding a path or method to the sacred light continent was not easy. More importantly, before this, they had to first resolve the matter of this continent. Jishio replied, "I will strive to live a few more years. A few days ago, I flipped through some old articles and discovered a romance written 10 some years ago. Because of the revision, Half of it was cut off from the public version of the last year of the Qing dynasty, so I gathered it up and put it on the WeChat public account. Everyone is welcome to see me from 10-some years ago. Chapter 9:25. Tang 36's gaze moved back and forth between the two of them as he asked, "How can the two of you be so calm when discussing such a serious and even terrifying matter?" Qin Changxing replied, "Back in the Orthodox Academy, I told you that I've been sick since I was a child and wouldn't live past the age of 20. Tang 36 naturally would not forget that matter. At the time, the Orthodox Academy had been shrouded in a gloomy fog. Every word Qin Changxing had said had sounded like his last words to them. Zhixue replied, "I've also been sick since I was a child." Yes, from a certain perspective, Qin Changxing and Zhixue's lives were extremely similar in their wretchedness. When they came to this world, they knew that they could not stay here for too long. There was no more accurate description of life in the face of death. In a certain period of time in the past, they had probably been depressed, disappointed, and even despaired, staring at the shadow of death night after night until they finally grew numb and became calm. Even now, they were still very young, but they were even more indifferent to death than the vast majority of the world's elders. This was very admirable and also somewhat sorrowful. Hu 32 sighed. Yi Xiaolian, who had remained silent all this time, turned around and rubbed her eyes. The cliff was quiet, the mood rather gloomy. Tang 36 felt even more strange and inexplicably apologetic. He mumbled, "Shouldn't I have also been sick since I was a child?" Zhixue expressionlessly replied, "You've always been sick." Tang 36's eyes went round as he asked, "What illness?" Qin Changxing replied, "The illness of wealth." Tang 36 saw that they were still in the mood to tease him and knew that the situation was not as tense and terrible as he had imagined. He somewhat relaxed and patted Zhixue on the shoulder. "Then let's go. Whether it's a dragon's pool, a tiger's den, or the myriad sword array, I'll accompany you today and fulfill your last wish." He was naturally speaking of that mountain shrouded in clouds. Zhixue replied, "I might not necessarily die, so I can't say it's my last wish." Qin Changxing replied, "Correct. I've already lived to 20. Tang 36 asked, "Then why do we have to go to Mount Li?" Qin Changxing replied, "Because Mount Li is there. There's a saying in The Spy, 'Why do we fight?' Because the enemy was there." It's a famous saying from the mountaineering world. It's very sour, but I think it's very cute. I know that it's very cheap to use it here, but I can't help but use it. Everyone, close your eyes and bear with it. Why go to Mount Li? Because Qi Jian was at Mount Li if Zhixue wanted to see her. It was just that simple. Moreover, Mount Li was very close to Holy Maiden Peak, so it wouldn't take long for them to arrive. To Qin Changxing, besides satisfying Zhixue's wishes, this trip to Mount Li this time had an even more important reason. He had once read a certain treatise on the sword in the Taoist canon, which mentioned that the Mount Li sword sect had a method that should be able to temporarily stabilize Zhixue's illness. It was just that he did not know if there was anyone in Mount Li who had cultivated this method. The iron chains within the clouds were faintly discernible, lightly swaying in the wind. It looked extremely dangerous, but for Qin Changxing's group, it wasn't a difficult task. It didn't take long for them to cross the bottomless mountain stream and arrive at the opposite mountain peak. Under Yi Xiaolian's lead, they passed through the precipitous stone path between the cliffs, heading towards the peaks of the north. After walking for an unknown amount of time and passing by several green mountains, they finally saw the main peak of Mount Li in the distance. The main peak of Mount Li was divided into two parts by the clouds. The lower part was covered in lush vegetation, while the mountain above the clouds was completely made of rock. It was like a stone pillar that reached the heavens, sparkling with dazzling rays of light under the sunlight. From a distance, it seemed like a massive sword ready to stab at the heavens at any time. Seeing this stone peak, Qin Changxing and the others felt a fierce sword intent assaulting their faces. They even had a feeling that the rays of light refracted by this mountain could at any time transform into sword chi that crisscrossed the world. The closer they got to the main peak of Mount Li, the clearer this feeling became. However, they still did not see any flying swords, only the occasional glimmer of sword glows in the depths of the clouds. Through Yi Xiaolian's introduction, they realized that these were probably the disciples of the various peaks diligently practicing the sword. Qin Changsheng's talent in the way of the sword was extremely high, and his understanding of the Mount Li sword style was extremely profound. Just from the traces of the sword glows, he could determine what sword style the disciples of Mount Li sword sect in the clouds practiced, and what path of the sword they cultivated. His current level of attainment was very admirable. When Zhexiao and Tang 36 saw those sword glows, they mostly felt that those sword glows were very dazzling and their sword intents were very fierce, but they were also very open and above board, giving off a feeling of righteousness. They seemed especially youthful and exuberant, full of vitality. Even though there had been many stories between him and the Mount Li sword sect in the past few years, and Tang 36 had never liked them, he had to admit that this made him think of the Orthodox Academy. His favorite, his Orthodox Academy. Zhixiu and Qin Changsheng felt the same. They even thought that if they had not entered the Orthodox Academy, coming to Mount Li to cultivate would have been an excellent choice. As they followed the stone path upwards, the terrain gradually became higher. The mountain forest gradually became colder. The leaves gradually became sparse, and the mountain wind gradually became stronger. Much of the clouds were dispersed, and they could gradually see the scenery between the peaks. Sword glows crisscrossed the countless plateaus, and a few secluded caves had disciples sitting cross-legged in front of them, comprehending the sword. Yi Xiaolian explained to them that those caves were often the residences of the elders of Mount Li. Those buildings with red maple leaves were the torture hall, and even higher up were the sword hall. As for the several dozen small white courtyards in the middle of the plateaus, they were the disciples' courtyards. As they walked forward, "What sort of stone is this?" Tang 36 pointed at a square stone that seemed to have been washed by water for tens of thousands of years, its surface extremely smooth. The shape of this square stone did not seem special, but it faintly exuded some sort of sword chi. It was clearly not an ordinary object. Yi Xiaolian replied, "The founder of Mount Li sharpened his sword for 300 years before comprehending the Tao of the sword. It's said that this is that sharpening stone." Tang 36 said, "If the rumors are true, then this really is a treasure. I wonder how many crystals we can get if we auction it off in Shuilao City." Yi Xiaolian snapped, "What you need to consider is not how much money you can get, but how many days you can survive the full-force pursuit of the Mount Li sword sect." Tang 36 said indifferently, "It was just a joke. There's no need to be so serious." He was prepared to walk forward, but Yi Xiaolian called him back. "This stone is now called the Sword Comprehension Stone. Any cultivator going through the main peak of Mount Li must remove their swords here as a sign of respect." Yi Xiaolian said, "If you walk over like this and something happens, don't blame me for not warning you." Truly arrogant, Tang 36 had never had a good impression of the Mount Li sword sect, and he was also used to being the most arrogant person. He said, "I don't understand, but what can I do?" Yi Xiaolian knew his temper and did not continue to provoke him. "You can also remove your swords, but you need to wait for a Mount Li disciple on the peak to come and receive you." Tang 36 felt that this was very troublesome, but he also did not believe that anything would actually happen, so he just walked over. Qin Changsheng shook his head at this sight. Just as Tang 36 walked over the sword comprehension stone, a sword chi that was not sharp, but incomparably mellow suddenly emerged from the stone. The sheath of the Wenshu sword seemed to ripple with light, and then it began to hum. It seemed to be some sort of response, and also seemed to be some sort of explanation. Whoosh, 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 whooshing through the air could be heard as several dozen white lines emerged from the clouds. Several dozen swords quietly floated in the air, their sharp tips aimed at Chen Chongqing's group. Chapter 9:26. These swords exuded a frigid sword intent that was swift and fierce to the extreme. Even more frightening was the sword energy exuded by these swords. They were like mountains, or perhaps a mountain gate made of stone. Mount Li did not have a mountain gate. The swords were the mountain gate. Tang 36 was not worried about the swords in the air. On the contrary, he found them very interesting. He excitedly said to Qin Chongsheng, "This is very similar to your sword style. Could it be that you were born to come to Mount Li to learn the sword?" Zheshio was far more sensitive to danger. He sensed that these swords could unleash a thunderous strike at any moment. He pulled Tang 36 behind him and gripped his sword hilt with his right hand. But he had forgotten that his sword was the demon commander's banner sword. The Mount Li sword sect was a righteous sword sect of the human race, so it was extremely sensitive to the qi exuded by the demon commander's banner sword. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of something tearing through the air resounded as hundreds of swords flew over from the peak at high speed. Chen Chongqing did not react, but he sensed the power and danger of these several hundred swords. The divine staff appeared on its own, radiating an incomparably bright light. A divine qi enveloped the stone path. The sword comprehension stone was not in the light. All of Mount Li resounded with countless howls. Countless swords broke through the mountains and the clouds, forming a magnificent river of swords that traveled through the mountains and protected the peaks of Mount Li. This was Mount Li's famed myriad sword array. Although the swords in the River of Swords were not as famous as the swords Chen Chongqing had taken from the sword pool, they were sharper and possessed an unstoppable aura. Let alone Chen Chongqing's group, even if Zhou Dufu and the Tianhai Divine Empress were revived, they would still be incapable of directly resisting this myriad sword array. Fortunately, this river of swords that traversed the heavens only traveled through the mountains and did not immediately attack them. Qin Chongqing and Zheshio did not sense any killing intent and faintly understood. The former gripped the divine staff, while the latter let go of his sword hilt and retreated several steps back. The River of Swords was high up in the sky, its awe-inspiring sword intent already descending. At any moment, it could cut everything on the stone path into pieces. It was simply impossible to resist. Tang 36 was rather angry, thinking Mount Li clearly knows who's coming, but they still insist on doing this. Could it be that they want to give us a show of strength? As Chen Chongsheng and the others retreated behind the sword comprehension stone, the hundreds of swords surrounding the stone path became calmer, and the vast river of swords gradually slowed down. How preposterous! Tang 36 said to Qin Chongsheng, "You are Senior Su Li's direct disciple. So no matter how you look at it, you are still a member of the Mount Li sword sect, even of the same generation as the sect master. These junior disciples actually dared to use the myriad sword array to threaten you. Are you not angry?" Qin Chongqing knew that he must be in a bad mood right now and said helplessly, "Then what do you think I should do?" Tang 36 said, "You should join the Mount Li sword sect as the Pope and then take over as sect master," angering Qiu Shanjun and those fellows to death. When he said these words, he spoke very loudly, intentionally wanting the people of Mount Li to hear him. "You rascal! Why is your mouth still so cheap?" A familiar voice sounded from the top of the stone path. Tang 36 had bickered with this person many times, so how could he not understand? He sneered, "Could it be that you think what I said is completely impossible?" Guan Feibai walked over from the stone path. He wanted to say a few words of ridicule, but when he thought about how if Chen Chongsheng really did join the Mount Li sword sect with his status and seniority, Tang 36's seemingly absurd words really might become reality, he couldn't help but slightly change his expression. Just then, a gentle, yet dignified voice came from the depths of the clouds. The presence of your holiness, the Pope, is an honor for all of Mount Li. The speaker was naturally the sect master of the Mount Li sword sect. Guan Feibai restrained his emotions, solemnly bowed to Qin Chongsheng, and then led his group into the misty mountains. It didn't take long before they arrived at a stone pavilion halfway up the mountain. Go Hanqi, Liang Banhu, and an elder of the sword hall were waiting for them here. If the Pope had personally come to pay a visit to any other sect, they would presumably have gone out several hundred li to welcome them, and the sect master would certainly have come out to personally welcome them. But today, Chen Chongsheng had not arranged a carriage, and the Mount Li sword sect was no ordinary sect. For them to do this in such a hurry was already extremely courteous. Go Hanqi and Liang Banhu first greeted Qin Chongsheng. The name of Liang Xiaoxiao had long since been forgotten by the common people, but Chen Chongsheng could not forget it, and he was confident that Liang Banhu could not either, so his mood was a little strange. But this mood was quickly shattered by what happened next, because that elder of the sword hall actually gave Qin Chongsheng a deep bow. Qin Chongsheng was very shocked. It must be known that the elders of the Mount Li sword sect sword hall were all seniors of profound cultivation and powerful battle prowess. Moreover, they were often stubborn and proud. Even if he was the Pope, logically speaking, they should not have paid such a deep bow. He quickly recalled a matter that Guan Feibai had once told him on the journey. A certain elder of the Mount Li sword sect sword hall was responsible for bringing up the rear in a battle on the snowy plains. He was surrounded and attacked by several demon experts, almost dying. In the end, he had relied on a cinnabar pill to save his life. Now that he thought about it, that incomparably valiant elder of the sword hall was probably the one in front of him. Thinking of this, Qin Chongsheng hurriedly helped the elder up and then sternly returned the bow. In his view, only this elder of the sword hall who bathed in blood for the sake of the human race was truly worthy of respect. In comparison, using his blood to make a few cinnabar pills was nothing at all. Without another word, the group ascended to the summit. Several hundred disciples of the Mount Li sword sect had already gathered at the summit. Presumably, the sword glows on the other peaks had lessened by now. The Mount Li sword sect disciples watched Chen Chongsheng's group walk over, their eyes rather curious and wary. Former opponents, competitors, had now become allies, even companions. The relationship between the Mount Li sword sect and the Orthodox Academy was extremely complex, so the emotions in those gazes were naturally very complex as well. Interestingly, only a small portion of the gazes of the Li Shan sword sect disciples fell upon Qin Chongsheng, and a small portion fell upon Tang 36, while the majority of the gazes fell upon Jishyo. Moreover, they were discussing something in low voices, appearing to be slightly chaotic. This was naturally not because of Jishyo's illustrious reputation on the battlefield, but because of his relationship with Qi Jian. Go Hanqi slightly creased his brow at this sight. The expressions of the Mount Li sword sect disciples abruptly turned solemn, and the sounds of discussion instantly grew much quieter. Passing through the crowd, one could see that cave shrouded in ivy in the distance. Presumably, that was the residence of the Mount Li sword sect master. There was a stone plateau in front of the cave, and it was rather high. The figure standing there was very easy to see. Of course, even if one stood in a crowd of tens of thousands, that person would still be the first to be seen. Qiu Shanjun turned around and looked at Qin Chongsheng's group. Qin Chongsheng looked at him, not knowing what to say. Yesterday, when he had decided to come to Mount Li, he had naturally imagined this scene. He had originally believed that Qiu Shanjun would find some excuse to avoid him, but only now did he understand that if he avoided him, would he still be Qiu Shanjun? Chapter 9:27. The summit was extremely quiet. Jeshio, Tang 36, and the other disciples of the Mount Li sword sect silently watched the pair. The most famous of the younger generation of cultivators were naturally Qiu Shanjun and Su Yurong, and only later on did Chen Chongsheng's name appear. The relationship between the three was extremely complicated, and this story could be told for a very long time. But as far as the common people knew, Chen Chongsheng and Qiu Shanjun had never met. The entire continent was very curious as to what would happen if they met for the first time. Today they had finally met. What would happen next? Qiu Shanjun calmly bowed. Your journey has been arduous. Chen Chongsheng calmly returned the bow. Long time no see. In Wenshui City, Qiu Shanjun had walked past him, but they had not truly met. This meant that this was their first meeting after parting at the Mount Song Army headquarters. The Mount Li Sword sect disciples were rather perplexed at Chen Chongsheng's words, thinking, could it be that eldest brother and the Pope have met before? Zhexiu and Tang, 36, glanced at each other, also rather surprised. Yi Xiaolian was not thinking about these things. Her gaze moved back and forth between Qiu Shanjun and Chen Chongsheng, intoxicated. She thought to herself, once we return to the temple, how should I show off to my junior sisters? Only Go Hanchi and the others who had followed Qiu Shanjun back to the mountain yesterday knew that these two had spent some time together in Sloping Cliff Horse Farm. As they thought of this matter and saw this scene, Go Hanchi and the others all had rather strange expressions, while Bai Kai was having a hard time stifling his laughter. Tang 36 was very curious and walked over without any regard for himself, asking just what was going on. Upon learning the answer, he was speechless. Looking at Qiu Shanjun and Chen Chongsheng, he sighed, Are the two of you blind? Qiu Shanjun asked, You are Tang Tang? You recognize me? Tang 36 asked in surprise. He thought to himself that a person like Qiu Shanjun would actually recognize him, which made him rather proud. But soon after, he was annoyed by this pride. I heard that when you came out of the ancestral hall, you stank to no end. Now it seems that you forgot to rinse your mouth while bathing on the street. Qiu Shanjun shook his head, indicating that Chen Chongsheng should follow him into the dwelling. Tang 36 was enraged by these words. He no longer cared that Qiu Shanjun was Qiu Shanjun or that this was the Mount Li Sword sect. He rolled up his sleeves and prepared to engage in a verbal battle. Go Hanchi hurriedly pulled him back and advised, Senior Marshal Brother is in a bad mood today. You should be more understanding. These words were true. Even though Qiu Shanjun wasn't a gentle gentleman like Go Hanshi, he was still quite generous, and rarely would he say such sharp and sarcastic words. Tang 36 looked at the closed stone door of the cave and laughed, so even Qiu Shanjun would get angry from embarrassment. As the two most extraordinary people of the younger generation of cultivators, they naturally couldn't help but feel embarrassed that they had once done such a stupid thing. His most embarrassing past was exposed in front of everyone, and he was even unceremoniously called blind. Naturally, he felt very embarrassed. And because of many reasons, the relationship between Chen Chongsheng and Qiu Shanjun was already very awkward. Therefore, the two of them did not speak until they reached the depths of the cave. Master, His Holiness the Pope has arrived. After saying this, Qiu Shanjun walked to the side and sat down. A Taoist sat on a cattail hassock, his head lowered as he read a book that looked like a sword manual. He seemed extremely focused, and only his hair could be seen. Chen Chongsheng knew that this was the sect master of the Mount Li Sword sect and subconsciously turned to him. At this moment, the Mount Li Sword sect master also raised his head, and the two's gazes met. Chen Chongsheng realized that although the sect master had a head of white hair, his eyes were extremely clear and penetrating, devoid of any sense of age. Instead, they had a fresh and clear look. Such a fresh and penetrating look gave off an unfathomable feeling. Chen Chongsheng's expression changed. He felt that this Grand Master of the Sword was not someone who had just recently entered the divine domain. Before Junior Marshal Uncle left, I had already crossed that threshold. The Mount Li Sword sect master saw his confusion and smiled. But there's nothing to announce about this matter. I'm not like those storms of the past who needed to confer vast tracts of fertile land for the disciples of my clan. Moreover, attending a ceremony is very troublesome, so I did not let the world know. Chun Changsheng asked. Then, why, he naturally wanted to ask why the Mount Li Sword sect had suddenly announced this matter to the world a few days ago. The Mount Li Sword sect master replied, "The Prince of Xiang broke through this threshold. If I still did not stand up, I'm afraid that the hearts of the people would become unsteady." Chun Changsheng understood what he meant and gratefully said, "Many thanks, Senior." The Mount Li Sword sect master replied, "It's just an empty reputation and empty power. But Your Holiness, the Pope must know that this old Taoist is most afraid of trouble. If there is nothing important, I will absolutely not leave the mountain." Chen Changsheng replied, "If there is no need, I will definitely not disturb Senior's quiet cultivation." The Mount Li Sword sect master asked, "If you do not wish to disturb my quiet cultivation, why would Your Holiness be sitting in front of me?" Chun Changsheng was somewhat embarrassed, but that matter still has to be resolved. The Mount Li Sword sect master smirked at him. "Has that wolf child's illness been cured?" Chen Changsheng shook his head. "Not only has it not been cured, it's even showing signs of worsening." The Mount Li Sword sect master sighed. "This being the case, it's better not to meet." Chen Changsheng said, "Besides meeting, we have come to Mount Li this time to seek medical treatment." The Mount Li Sword sect master asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Chen Changsheng explained Jeshio's illness, then continued, "I once saw a record in the Taoist canon. It said that the Mount Li Sword sect once had a Taoist technique that contained clear, righteous, and wondrous sounds within the path of the sword. It was the most neutral and peaceful, and I believe that this Taoist technique can help Jishio temporarily control his tide rush of blood." The Mount Li Sword sect master slightly narrowed his eyes. "Your Holiness's meaning is that you want that wolf child to learn the Taoist technique of my Mount Li Sword sect?" Chen Changsheng replied, "Correct. I ask Senior to fulfill this request." The Mount Li Sword sect master said, "I have heard of the Taoist technique of the just sword, clear sound, but it has been lost for many years." Chun Changsheng also knew of this matter, but he still held onto one last hope. He said, "If the 2 scores of sword sounds were still here, perhaps he could learn the proper technique." The Mount Li Sword sect master smiled without saying anything, but he seemed to inadvertently close the book that he had been intently reading. Chen Changsheng's gaze fell on the cover of the book, and he was very astonished. So this was the 2 scores of the just sword, clear sound. The Mount Li Sword sect master smiled. "The just sword, clear sound, truly has been lost. I only began learning it yesterday, so I can't be sure when I will be able to learn it." How could Chen Changsheng not know that the Mount Li Sword sect had long since made arrangements for this matter? He clasped his hands deeply to the Mount Li Sword sect master and said with a sincere expression, "Many thanks for Senior's help." To have an expert of the divine domain in the path of the sword continue the legacy of the just sword, clear sound, and then pass it on to Jishio was naturally countless times better than Jishio cultivating with a sword manual. The Mount Li Sword sect master smiled, but he did not respond. Chapter 928. Chen Changsheng's talent in cultivation was extremely high, but his wisdom in the secular world was very ordinary. He stared blankly for a long time before reacting, and then very seriously thought for a period of time before saying, "If there is an opportunity, I will naturally persuade His Majesty the White Emperor to return the fundamental method of Mount Li Sword style." Several hundred years ago, when the allied armies of humans and demi-humans attacked the demons from the north, several elders of the Mount Li Sword sect lost the opportunity to transport supplies and were sentenced to death. The Mount Li Sword sect had no choice but to send the fundamental manual of the sword art to the White Emperor City. Only then did the White Emperor issue an imperial edict to force Jin Yulu to relent. To the Mount Lee sword sect, if they could take back the secrets of the Mount Lee sword style without falling out with White Emperor City, this was naturally an extremely good thing. And now, the person most likely to accomplish this was obviously Qin Changsheng. Hearing Qin Changsheng's promise, the sect master of Mount Lee sword sect was very satisfied. Qiu Shanjun raised his eyebrows slightly, a little dissatisfied. His martial granduncle, Su Li, had once said that the things that Mount Lee had lost should naturally be taken back by Mount Lee itself. But since it was the sect master's will, he couldn't very well oppose it in front of Qin Changsheng. Having resolved the greatest problem of Zheshio's illness, Qin Changsheng's mood was much better. He said, "Can you let them meet now?" The Mount Lee sword sect master shook his head and said, "Even if that wolf child learns the clear voice of the righteous sword, he can only temporarily suppress his illness. He can't be considered cured, so he naturally can't meet." Qin Changsheng felt helpless and said, "Why do you have to do this?" The Mount Lee sword sect master also felt very helpless. This is Junior Martial Uncle's will. Who dares to disobey? Qin Changsheng thought of Su Li's personality and was also speechless. Qiu Shanjun suddenly said, "I think Martial Granduncle made a mistake in this matter." The Mount Lee sword sect master replied, "But he is still your martial granduncle. You must respect and love him." Qiu Shanjun said, "With martial granduncle's temperament, it's really hard for people to respect and love him." Qin Changsheng thought of the scenes that happened on the way back from the snowy plains. He glanced at Qiu Shanjun and knew what he was thinking. At this moment, they felt like they had returned to Sloping Cliff Horse Farm, but it was only for a moment. Soon, they felt uncomfortable again and looked away. Is there really no other way to bend the rules? Qin Changsheng asked the Mount Lee sword sect master. In any case, Senior Su Li isn't here right now. The Mount Lee sword sect master said, "Although Junior Martial Uncle has left, the sword is still in the mountain." Qin Changsheng heard the hidden meaning in this sentence and asked, "Sword?" The Mount Lee sword sect master replied, "Junior Martial Uncle left behind a sword. If someone can defeat this sword, they can disregard his decree." Qin Changsheng thought about it and said, "I want to try. I don't want to lie to you. It's very dangerous to break that sword." The Mount Lee sword sect master sternly said, "Junior Martial Uncle is your teacher on the path of the sword, so you can be considered my junior brother. I do not wish for you to take such risks." Qin Changsheng said, "I am still young. I really don't dare to accept." He was referring to the title of junior brother. The Mount Lee sword sect master smiled. "It truly was a slip of the tongue. Even if you dared to agree, I would not dare to actually call you this, or else someone would be unhappy. If Qin Changsheng became the junior of the sect leader of Li Shan sword sect, then wouldn't he become the martial uncle of Qiu Shanjun and the other 7 laws of divine state? As for who would be unhappy, it was obvious without even asking. Qin Changsheng glanced at Qiu Shanjun. Qiu Shanjun ignored him and looked at the Mount Lee sword sect master. If junior sister were to hear these words, "Master," how many strands of your beard would be left? There was a plateau behind the main peak of Mount Lee. In front of the plateau was a stone wall covered in green vines, and between the vines were a few wild flowers. Only by walking closer could one clearly see that between the green vines there was a path about 2 feet wide in the stone wall. One could faintly hear the crisp cries of birds coming from the other end of the stone wall, as well as the fragrance of flowers. If one looked carefully, one could even see green everywhere. There seemed to be a verdant valley on the other side. Qiu Shanjun, Go Hanshi, and the other disciples of Mount Lee led Qin Changsheng's party to stand in front of the plateau. Zheshio looked at the crack in the stone wall in silence. Junior sister has been quietly cultivating over there for the past few years. If you want to see her, you have to walk through here. Go Han Shi said to Qin Changsheng and the others. This stone path was created when Marshal Granduncle used the sword in his hand to cut through the cliff before he broke into the divine. The stone wall is filled with sword intent and murderous intent, making it extremely dangerous. And this is also the sword that you need to break through. Qin Changsheng was well aware that after the heaven-shrouding sword was lost in the Garden of Zhou, Su Li had always used an ordinary steel sword forged by a smithy in a small village at the base of Mount Li. When he thought about how this person had used such an ordinary sword to cut out a world in the cliff, he couldn't help but be shocked speechless. His gaze fell on the stone path in the green vines. The stone wall was covered in countless sword slashes, all of them extremely deep. Even after several centuries of wind and rain, they still had not been erased. At this moment, he was still 10 samzhong from the stone wall, but he could already clearly sense the sharp sword intent contained in those sword slashes. Bai Kai, Tang 36, and the others glanced at the stone wall a few more times. They even felt a stabbing pain in their eyes and wanted to cry. Zheshio had been staring at the stone wall the entire time, silent and abnormally focused. His eyes gradually reddened, but he still did not blink. A gust of wind blew in from the cliff, ruffling the fallen leaves on the ground and lifting up Chen Changsheng's clothes. There was a soft tearing sound, and a straight tear appeared on his clothes. A corner of his clothes drifted in the wind and fell off the cliff. Chen Changsheng lowered his head to look at the floor of the cliff. He saw that the ground within a radius of 10 zhong from the entrance to the stone wall was extremely smooth, without even a single leaf. Presumably, the sharp sword intent in the stone wall had seeped out with the passage of time, chopping all the fallen leaves and gravel into pieces. Such awe-inspiring and terrifying sword intent was truly rare in the world. He truly deserved to be called the strongest expert of the sword in the last 1,000 years. Zheshio moved, but he was stopped by Qin Changsheng. I learned the sword from Su Li, so I have a deep understanding of his path of the sword. You should have let me try first. Even if I can't pass, I should still have a chance to retreat. What you need to do is observe. With your ability to observe and analyze battle, your chances of success will be much higher. Qin Changsheng looked into his eyes and seriously said. His words were correct. Although they only needed to walk through this path covered in sword slashes, it was still an extremely arduous battle. This was a battle between them and Su Li from several hundred years ago. After a moment of silence, Zheshio stopped and said, "Thank you." There were many things that did not need to be said. Given Zheshio's personality, a single word of thanks was enough to explain many things. Qin Changsheng took out the stainless sword, flipped the hilt, and combined it with the vault sheath. This was the strongest form of his sword. When he faced Zhu Luo in Xuanyang City, when he charged alone into the alley of the Northern Military Department in the capital, and when he faced off against 2 generations of demon lords in the snowy mountains, he had done this. Today he was going to charge through the stone path, and he was similarly facing a powerful foe. The Su Li of several hundred years ago, when he cut open this heavenly passage, had not yet entered the divine domain, much less become as powerful as he would later become. However, his cultivation in the path of the sword had already reached an extremely formidable level. To the current him and Zheshio, he was still an existence that was difficult to reach. Qin Changsheng raised his sword and took a step forward. With this single step, several tears appeared on his clothes. Chapter 9:29. He was quiet for a while, then he took another step forward. The chilly mountain wind ruffled the hair in front of his face and then drifted down. A fierce and invisible sword intent was born with the wind and silently arrived. This time he was quiet for an even longer time. He needed to make a choice. Would he use the star radiance in his 365 chi openings to form a star domain to resist? Or would he use his sword intent to resist? In the end, he chose the latter, because Su Li was his teacher on the path of the sword. Today, he naturally had to use the path of the sword to challenge his opponent. Only this could be considered a satisfactory answer sheet. Countless sword intents left their sheaths and arrived on the plateau. The chi of these sword intents were not the same, seeming rather jumbled, but miraculously, there was no conflict between them. On the contrary, they seemed exceptionally harmonious. Go Hanshi was slightly moved by this sight, a look of praise appearing in his eyes. No matter how high Qin Chongqing's cultivation in the path of the sword was, his sword intent was still not as pure as Su Li's. In terms of quality, it was very difficult for him to defeat his opponent. So he chose to use quantity to make up for the lack of quality. This seemed very ordinary, but upon closer thought, it was extremely unusual. Besides him, who else in the world could simultaneously possess so many sword intents and so freely control them? Suddenly, the plateau resounded with countless soft, scraping sounds. The mountain wind abruptly vanished, but the ivy on the stone wall began to sway. The ivy that had coexisted with the sword intents for centuries was naturally unaffected by the assault of the sword intents, but now they began to break apart and fall. It was clearly impossible to see anything, but there seemed to be countless swords silently contending in front of the stone wall. Countless sword intents were engaged in the most minute contest within an extremely small area. The chi of the world grew awe-inspiring, and even the light in the sky suddenly grew much gloomier. Qin Chongqing walked up to the ivy. The ivy shattered into pieces, revealing the entrance to the path in the stone wall. Without the slightest hesitation, he walked in. The battle of sword intents was still continuing behind him. Countless cracks and white turbulence appeared in the air around the entrance to the path, obscuring the scene within. After a while, swords began to cry out from the stone wall. The path in the stone wall was very narrow, the sky extremely high above cut into a line. As Qin Chongqing walked through it, his vision was rather gloomy. The stone wall was covered in perfectly straight sword slashes, the ends extremely thin and the middle somewhat thick. They seemed very smooth and round, but they were also extremely sharp. Every sharp sword mark represented a sword intent. The sword intents emerged from the stone walls, slashing towards Qin Chongqing's face with incomparable sharpness. At the same time, they invaded his ethereal palace and sea of consciousness. Qin Chongqing didn't show any signs of panic. His footsteps were extremely steady, and his sword was placed horizontally in front of his body, so close to his eyebrows that it resembled an iron chain. This was the third sword that Su Li had passed on to him, the stupid sword. This sword technique focused on one's temperament. With Qin Chongqing's firm and steady temperament, when used in his hands, it could be said to be as firm as a boulder. Pa, 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 countless crisp cries of swords rang out in the stone path. It sounded like two swords were constantly colliding. In front of Qin Chongqing's eyes was the horizontal blade of the sword. The edges of the blade were filled with flying sparks, and the stone walls on both sides were instantly added with dozens of new sword marks. His sword blocked the tangible sword intent, but he could not stop the invisible sword intent from invading his body. As he went deeper and deeper into the stone path, that awe-inspiring feeling grew thicker and thicker. His sea of consciousness was already surging with countless waves, which were then chopped into bubbles by those sword intents. As these bubbles appeared and then disappeared, his eyes began to feel a stabbing pain, and the cutting sensation on his skin became even more distinct. These sword intents were the true test. Unless one had a firm will and a tranquil spiritual sense, it was simply impossible to endure. Qin Chongqing held his sword horizontally in front of him and continued forward. The entrance to the path was extremely narrow, but it gradually widened as he walked. But this did not mean that it was easier to walk. On the contrary, the sword marks on the stone walls grew denser and denser. The sword chi that appeared more and more majestic, the sword intents more and more awe-inspiring. Even more frightening was that the sword marks gradually formed some sort of connection, coming in an endless stream. Each sword mark was a sword, and if they could be connected, they would form a complete set of sword techniques. At this moment, Chen Chongsheng finally began to truly confront Su Li's cultivation in the path of the sword. An incomparably awe-inspiring sword intent seeped out of the stone walls, obscuring the sunlight above his head and a smear of green in the distance. It surged over like a vast ocean. Chen Chongsheng's body swayed, and he almost lost his footing. His face also paled somewhat. If he had not experienced the tempering of this ocean of sword intent countless times in the vault sheath, he would probably have already been defeated. How could he pass through this vast ocean of sword intent? How could he break Su Li's sword techniques? Chen Chongsheng attentively listened to the dense sounds of sword intents tearing through the air, calmly gazing at the cracks the sword intents had left in the air, sensing the minute changes in the sword intents. His eyes were just like before, still as clean as a small stream, without a speck of dust. They reflected the flowing clouds in the sky and the sword glows flitting through them. His sword was no longer held horizontally in front of his eyes, but straight up in the air. The stupid sword could only defend. So how could he break the sword techniques Su Li had left behind? Of course, he could only use sword techniques. A sword glow tore through the air, shattering a sword chi descending from the sky. This was the Heavenly Tao Academy's sort of hithering light, so fast that not even the heavens could grasp it. Several sword flowers trembled as they appeared in the mountain winds, blocking the sword of the sea and sky descending from above. The sword shadows were divided into 13, each one a willow branch. They seemed weak, but they were extremely tenacious. No matter how the sword fell into the mountain, it would still be able to endure. There was also blossoming flowers, mountain ghosts splitting the cliff, law swords murderous, revolving mountain also welcoming guests, and finally, scorching heaven rising. These were all sword styles of Mount Li, so they could naturally break your Mount Li sword style. There was also the Orthodox Academy's toppling mountain staff and true sword. He was the Pope and also the principal of the Orthodox Academy, so he naturally had a divine aura accompanying him. It was just like when he faced Su Yorong's sword of great light on the bridge of helplessness. Chen Chongsheng displayed all the sword styles he had learned in his life. The sword glows illuminated the gloomy path. Countless famous, unknown, or extremely unorthodox sword techniques appeared in his hands. Time slowly passed. Chen Chongsheng gripped his sword and advanced. After some time, he finally reached the end of the path. Even though countless sword glows obscured his vision and sword intents were dense and glaring, he could still clearly make out the verdant valley beyond the path. Yet it seemed like he could only walk up to this point. He had used all the sword styles he had learned in his life, but he still had not been able to break all the sword techniques on the stone wall. Only now did he understand one thing. In terms of cultivation in the path of the sword, it could be said that few people in the world could compare to him, and there was certainly no one who knew more sword styles than him. But today he was facing Su Li. Su Li knew even more sword styles than him, and his sword intent was many times more condensed and powerful. Su Li was his teacher on the path of the sword. So how could he surpass him on the path of the sword? Chen Chongsheng stopped and put down the sword in his hand. Those sword intents sensed his mood and also stopped their attacks. They quietly floated in the air between the stone walls, waiting for his decision. Retreat or continue forward. Chapter 930. Those sword intents were very quiet, still not lacking in their awe-inspiring quality. Even if one used spiritual sense to sense them, one could still be injured. Shaken by the previous sword battle, a stone above the stone wall loosened and rolled down. However, it did not fall to the ground. While it was still in the air, it was cut into countless pieces by the invisible sword intent. Finally, it turned into the finest powder and was blown away by the mountain wind into the green valley outside the exit, never to be seen again. Chen Chongqing gazed at this scene in silence for a very long time. Then he lowered his head and seriously pondered for a very long time. He was recalling those scenes of Su Li passing on the sword in the wilderness, as well as a few things that had happened later on. Before Su Li took the Holy Maiden to the sacred light continent, he had left a few letters for the world. One letter had severed the last of the longevity sect's courage. One letter had cut off one of Zhu Luo's arms. These letters were naturally extremely precious and frightening objects. Chen Chongqing had obtained two. From this, one could see that Su Li truly valued him, even treating him as a legacy disciple. These two letters had saved Chen Chongqing's life twice, and at the same time they had greatly increased his cultivation on the path of the sword. The path was now filled with sword intents, condensed and unreleased, but they were the sharpest existences in the world, capable of cutting through all things. This made him recall the scene when he had opened Su Li's letter in the kitchen of the Orthodox Academy. At the time he had stood amidst these sword intents, not daring to move. Now he could only remain motionless. Was this as far as he could go? Chen Chongqing suddenly recalled that before leaving, Su Li had also left a letter for Qiu Shanjun, but Qiu Shanjun had not taken it. Perhaps this was the gap between him and Qiu Shanjun? Back in the wilderness, when Su Li had passed on the sword to him, he had said that he was very good, only a little lacking to Qiu Shan. When they parted in Xuanyang City, Wang Pa had also said that he was very good, only a little lacking to Qiu Shan. From Xining to the capital, he had heard similar words many times. At the very beginning, in the discussions of others, the gap between him and Qiu Shanjun was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Later on, this gap had gradually shrunk, but even though he was now the Pope and Qiu Shanjun was still an ordinary disciple of the Mount Li sword sect, and had even vanished for 5 years, there was still no one who said that he had surpassed Qiu Shan. Jun Chen Chongqing looked at those sword intents that were actually invisible, as if he were looking at Su Li himself. I still want to try. He wanted to see if he could take another step forward until he walked out of this stone passage. He wanted to try and prove to Su Li that his choice to pass on the sword to him was correct. He wanted to try and prove to the heavens and earth that he might not be stronger than Qiu Shanjun, but he wasn't weaker than him either, at least in some aspects. Once he made up his mind, he calmed his breathing. At this moment, his state of mind was clear, like a sword that had been washed by water for countless years. Countless swords flew out of their scabbards silently, like fish leaping out of the pond, about to become dragons. Countless sword lights illuminated the gloomy cliff, taking away all the colors between heaven and earth as they slashed towards those incomparably powerful sword wills. The crisp and clear sword chimes rang out, gradually forming a line, like the line between the sea and the sky. Then it suddenly became silent. The people on the cliff plateau had been nervously watching the movements in the passage. Green vines obstructed his line of sight, and sword wills disrupted the light in the sky. He could not clearly see what was going on inside, but he could vaguely see those sword lights. Suddenly, the sword lights flourished, making it impossible to see anything clearly. The swords clattered, making it impossible to hear anything else. All they could see was the howling of the mountain winds, stirring up countless fragments of stone and dust that constantly clashed and struggled in the passage like a living dragon. Seeing this sight and feeling the tremors coming from the cliff, those ordinary disciples of the Mount Li sword sect paled. They thought in shock, His Holiness is truly worthy of being Marshal Granduncle Su Li's legacy disciple. His cultivation in the path of the sword is truly as powerful as the rumors say. Could it be that he really can make it through? Somewhat worried, Bai Kai asked, "Is he prepared to destroy this stone passage?" After Chen Chongqing began to use his sword to break through the wall, Qiu Shanjun had maintained his silence, his expression unchanged. He seemed extremely calm. Only now did a serious expression finally appear on his face for the first time. If he can destroy this stone passage, then it naturally counts as a success. This stone passage was the true cliff of Mount Li's main peak. Back then, Su Li had used an unimaginable sword might to cleave open a path, and in the several hundred years that followed, sword slashes had constantly appeared on the stone walls. Sword intent had seeped into the cliff, making it incomparably tough. Even the treasures of the orthodoxy would find it very difficult to destroy, so Qin Changsheng naturally did not have this ability. But he walked out. After an unknown period of time, he finally walked out of the stone tunnel and arrived at the meadow outside the exit. His clothes were riddled with holes, and his hairband had been torn at some point. His black hair scattered behind his back, making him seem rather miserable. Blood flowed out of his clothes, but it gradually faded with a gentle breeze. Fortunately, after the coup of the Mausoleum of Books, he had already grasped a few techniques, preventing any strange changes from occurring. He was born without filth, his spiritual sense tranquil and powerful to the extreme, his meditation efficiency extremely high, his star radiance abundant. He had bathed in the true blood of the black frost dragon while in meditation, and when he condensed his star domain, he had simultaneously lit up 365 chi openings. It could be said that he possessed the world's most perfect cultivating body. But today he had suffered so many injuries. Besides his body covered in sword slashes, his face also had several extremely fine wounds, and a small part of his left eyebrow had been cut off. If the wound had been just a little off, it would have injured his eye. From this, one could imagine just how dangerous the situation had been, and just how terrifying the sword intents Su Li had left on the stone walls had been. Standing on the stone path and gazing at the verdant valley and cloudless blue sky, Qin Changsheng felt extremely carefree. Today, when confronting the sword intents Su Li had left behind, he had displayed everything he had learned in his life. He had held nothing back, had no need to hide anything. This was not the most dangerous battle he had ever fought in his cultivation, but it was the most delightful battle. Countless sword styles had been displayed to their heart's content, cleaving apart the stone path and the world, and also broadening his mind. He even wanted to yell a few times at the verdant valley and blue sky, but this was somewhat inconsistent with his personality. In the end, he did not yell, but turned to look at the stone path. He had already walked past the stone path, so he naturally knew that not all the sword intents and moves on the stone walls had been left behind by Su Li when he broke open the heavenly passage. Many of them had been left behind by Su Li later on, and some had probably been left behind by the people of the Mount Li sword sect. He looked at the stone path in silence for a very long time. He seemed to see a few scenes. In the past several hundred years, Su Li would occasionally return to the mountain, and he would come here and seemingly casually slash at the stone walls. Those elders of the sword hall with profound cultivations in the path of the sword would hold their swords and think hard, all for the sake of advancing a step further. Occasionally, they would gain something and also slash at the stone path. In the past several hundred years, the essence of Su Li's path of the sword was contained here, as was the spirit and will of the Mount Li sword sect. This stone path was the place that the disciples of the Mount Li sword sect used to temper their sword hearts. When Su Li had left his daughter in this verdant valley, he had assuredly thought that Chen Changxing and Zheshio would try to walk this stone path. In other words, this was the final lesson he had left for Qin Changsheng. Chapter 931. What about Zheshio? Qin Changxing thought to himself. Could it be that Su Li had forced Zheshio to walk this stone path, brimming with sword intent, just to teach him a lesson? Or perhaps this was the father-in-law's test for his son-in-law. My father isn't as good as you think. He just doesn't want Zheshio to see me. In reality, he definitely didn't think that you would actually be able to force your way through. Hearing the noise, Qin Changsheng turned around. Then he saw Qi Jian, whom he had not seen for many years. That year in the Mausoleum of Books and later in the Garden of Zhou, he had gotten to know Qi Jian as a thin, small, and somewhat timid little boy. As a result, even though he had long since known of her true identity, When he saw her dressed in a blue dress, it still took him a very long time to come to his senses. "Long time no see," Chun Chong Sheng said to her. Qi Jian pushed her messy hair behind her ear and said, "How many years has it been? I don't know the passage of time in the mountains, and I'm too lazy to remember the days." The current her was a cheerful young girl, even healthier than when she was young. She didn't have the gloomy feeling that Chun Chongsheng had previously imagined. Chun Chongsheng looked around and found that the green valley was lush with vegetation. In the distance, there was a waterfall and a pool of water. The sound of birds chirping was incessant, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. But even if he was in the celestial realm, being imprisoned here all year round was extremely bitter. As he thought of this matter and listened to her words, his dissatisfaction with Su Li and all of Mount Li grew even stronger. Seeing his expression, Qi Jian softly said, "Your Holiness the Pope, have you perhaps misunderstood something?" Chun Chongsheng was slightly startled and asked, "Are you not imprisoned here?" Qi Jian said, "These past few years, I have indeed been quietly cultivating my sword techniques here." Chun Chongsheng said, "Then why do you need to explain for your sect? It's not easy to get in and out of this place." Thinking of the dangerous sword wills in the stone wall and the mountain gate, he still had a lingering fear. If he had to endure this kind of test every day, no matter how beautiful the scenery was, he would not be willing to come here. Qi Jian knew that he was concerned about him and smiled. "Other than what you did, there are naturally other ways." Chun Chongsheng was slightly startled. He thought to himself, "Is there another way out?" He asked, "Then can you go out now?" "He's over there." Qi Jian's smile faded, and he calmly and firmly said, "If he really wants to see me, he can naturally come and see me." Chun Chongsheng vaguely understood the meaning of the sentence, but he couldn't be sure. The dragon-like smoke and dust gradually dispersed. The sunlight shone on the cliff platform again, and the stone path returned to true quietness. Everyone's expression was slightly apprehensive. They didn't know what was going on inside. Zhixiu gazed in that direction, silent and pensive. Qiushan Jun said he went over. Hearing this, Guan Feibai glanced at the sky and revealed an expression of shock. It only took 3/4 of an hour. Tang 36 didn't know how difficult the stone path was, but seeing Guan Feibai's reaction, he knew that Chen Chongsheng used very little time. Tang 36 said proudly, "Don't you think that his sword art was personally taught by your martial grand-uncle? This stone path is nothing to him." Bai Kai sneered, "When eldest brother crossed this stone path 5 years ago, it only took him half an hour." At these words, Zhixiu glanced at Qiushan Jun. Tang 36 was also somewhat shocked. Qiushan Jun's reputation had long ago spread throughout the world, but very few people had ever seen him fight, not even Zhixiu or Tang 36. In truth, they had always wanted to know. Everyone said that Qiushan Jun was very strong, but just how strong was he? That shout in Wunshui City and those paintings on Holy Maiden Peak proved that Qiushan Jun truly was extraordinary. But in the end, it was not cultivation or battle. Only now did they realize that this person truly was very strong. 5 years ago, Qiushan Jun was a little younger than Chen Chongsheng, and his cultivation was probably slightly inferior, but he had actually used half an hour to cross the stone path. Go Hanqi said, "Senior brother has been learning the sword in the mountains since he was a child. This isn't his first time attempting the path of the sword, so he naturally has to take advantage." The Mount Li sword sect disciples knew of their second brother's style of conduct, so they were not surprised to see him speak up for Chen Chongsheng. Instead, it was Tang 36 who didn't know how to respond. Zhixiu paid no attention to their conversation and walked straight towards the stone path. The sword and tents seeping out of the vines from the stone walls drifted down onto his body, instantly ripping apart his clothes. But he did not care, his expression not even changing. The gazes of the Mount Li sword sect disciples and Tang 36 all fell on his body. Many people had already guessed that Chun Chongsheng would probably be able to cross this stone path, because he had originally cultivated the path of the Sword of Mountly. Then what about this wolf expert, who had been infamous for his viciousness since he was a child? He was the true main character of this matter. To Chun Chongsheng, crossing the stone path was a battle. To Zhixiu, crossing this stone path was a hunt. From a certain perspective, his body truly did have a very primitive aura. As a hybrid of human and demi-human, his body was as tough as steel, his talent for comprehension was extremely high, his intelligence was extremely high, his spiritual sense was extremely powerful, and his true essence was abundant. As the strange illness of the tide rush of blood worsened, his meridians grew thicker and thicker, his spiritual sense more berserk, and the amount of true essence in his body increased steeply. Just like some monsters in the plains of the north, when they were on the verge of death, they would become incomparably powerful. Zhixiu was currently very powerful, and when Chun Chongsheng crossed the stone path, he was like a true beast, constantly observing, not missing a single detail. He had confirmed that he had found his prey's weakness, so he needed to conserve all his strength and unnecessary consumption, lunge forward and bite through his opponent's throat. Pulling away the ivy, he walked into the stone path. He gazed at the sword intent that blotted out the heavens and earth, but he did not assume any fighting stance. He said, "I didn't come to learn the sword from you, nor do I want to prove that I'm stronger than you. I just came to see her, and no one can stop me." These words were said to the sword slashes on the stone wall. Naturally, he wanted to say them to the owner of the sword slashes. Countless sword cries soared into the sky, seeming to be extremely angry, but not long after, these sword cries disappeared. The stone path was quiet. Whether it was Tang 36 and the others on the plateau, or Chun Chongsheng on the other side of the cliff, they were all extremely nervous. After waiting for a very long time, there were no more sword cries. Chun Chongsheng understood and said, "This is the method?" Qi Jian calmly said, "The sword is connected to the spirit and cannot be tricked. As long as the heart is sincere, it can send a message. Since it's not an enemy, why stop me?" Chun Chongsheng said, "Then what about the sword cries from before? They seemed even more berserk than the ones I encountered." Qi Jian slightly pursed his lips. He seemed unconcerned, but in reality he was very nervous. The footsteps grew closer and closer. Zhixiu walked out of the stone path. Chapter 932. Zhixiu's appearance was even more miserable than Chun Chongsheng's. His body that was as hard as metal and stone was covered in wounds and dust. Chun Chongsheng took a handkerchief from his sleeve and handed it over. He curiously asked, "How did you get here?" Zhixiu expressionlessly replied, "I didn't retaliate when hit, didn't retaliate when cursed, just walked forward." Chun Chongsheng asked, "You could even do that?" Zhixiu replied, "Or he could just kill me." Chun Chongsheng said, "That doesn't match your personality." Zhixiu replied, "It can be changed." Ever since he was a child, he had been viewed as a demon and expelled from his tribe. He struggled between life and death, struggling to survive. Zhixiu had never been a person who cared about the gazes of others, and he certainly didn't know how to write the word flexible. His personality was cold and hard to the extreme, but for some things he was willing to change himself, even if he had to go against his heart and his most powerful habits. For example, at this moment, he took the handkerchief from Chun Chongsheng and earnestly wiped the dirt off his face. After a while, he very seriously asked Chun Chongsheng, "Have you wiped it clean?" Chun Chongsheng looked for a while, then said, "It's not bad." Zhixiu glanced at his clothes that had been torn by sword intent and said, "I know that you carry a lot of clothes with you. Lend me a set." When I had nothing to do, I made a few sets of clothes. In a little while, you can see if they fit. Qi Jian's voice came from behind Chun Chongsheng. Her voice was very soft, trembling. Chun Chongsheng stepped aside. Zhixiu froze at the sight of the girl dressed in a blue dress. Qi Jian looked at him, somewhat nervous. All was quiet. It had been many years since they had last met. Somewhat unfamiliar, somewhat unaccustomed. He was still the same. She had already become a big girl. Qi Jian raised her skirt and bowed. As Su Li's daughter, the sect master's last disciple, she was the junior sister with the most special status in Mount Li. She very rarely bowed to people, so her movements were rather clumsy. Zheshio clasped his hands in return, his movements even more stiff, as he had never bowed to anyone before. The atmosphere was also rather stiff. The two were quiet for a very long time, not knowing what to say. "I don't have much time," Zheshio suddenly said. Qi Jian knew that his condition was worsening, so she couldn't help but feel a little angry. But Zheshio continued, "So I want to treasure my time even more." Startled, Qi Jian asked, "What do you want to do?" Zheshio looked at her and earnestly said, "I want to hug you." Qi Jian's face turned red, not knowing how to respond. Zheshio somewhat clumsily spread out his arms. Qi Jian wanted to cry and said, "I want you to carry me." Zheshio turned around and squatted down in front of her. Qi Jian leaned in, hugged his neck tightly, and then began to cry. "Don't cry." Zheshio felt uneasy. Qi Jian felt wronged and said, "I want to cry." Zheshio thought about it, then asked, "Where do you live?" Qi Jian was a bit nervous, asking, "What are you going to do?" Zheshio said, "Didn't you say you made me a few new sets of clothes?" Qi Jian leaned against his back and softly snorted. "Who said I made clothes for you?" Zheshio smiled but said nothing. Qi Jian said in a low voice, "Southern Wilderness, Zhen star position." For Li Zheshio stared blankly, then slowly closed his eyes. He ran in that direction with her on his back. It was a large grassland. Under the sunlight, it looked like a wheat field, suffused with golden waves. It looked just like that grassland in the Garden of Zhou. After Chen Chongqing retreated, he did his utmost to keep quiet so as not to disturb them. But soon after, he realized that he was worrying too much, because Zheshio and Qi Jian clearly only had eyes for each other and no one else. Or else how could Zheshio, famed for his vigilance, not have heard the dense footsteps and voices of people? Qiu Shanjun, Tang 36, and the others walked through the stone path and arrived at Chen Chongqing's side. Just as Qi Jian had said, there were many ways to pass through this stone path, and the disciples of the Mount Li sword sect naturally had ways to calm the sword intents. When they arrived, they just happened to see Zheshio clumsily spreading out his arms, wanting to embrace Qi Jian. Tang 36 laughed. "Is this guy trying to pretend to be Xin Yuanpa?" Qiu Shanjun arched his brows. Go Hanqi shook his head. Guan Feibai's face was as cold as ice. Liang Banhu silently creased his brow. Bai Kai almost cursed. His little junior sister, who had grown up in the palm of his hand, was suddenly about to be embraced by another man. Anyone who saw this scene would be in a rather foul mood. Even if it was a gentle gentleman like Go Hanqi or someone as lofty and far-sighted as Qiu Jun Zheshio carried Qi Jian on his back as he ran down the valley. The faces of Guan Feibai and the others softened a little. Chen Chongqing walked over and said to Qiu Shanjun, "Thank you." Qiu Shanjun pointed down the valley and said, "If this is the case, then forget it." There was naturally sympathy and tenderness for his junior sister, especially for him. But to say that he truly wanted this pair of lovers to get married was also a lie. So he said forget it. But Chen Chongqing was not talking about this matter. "I heard that before Senior Su Li left, he wanted to leave you a letter, but you did not accept it." Chen Chongqing said, "Just now, when I was crossing the stone path, I understood its meaning." Qiu Shanjun said, "There was no deeper meaning to my actions. I just didn't like Marshal Granduncle's conduct that day and was rather annoyed, so I did not accept it." After a moment of silence, Chen Chongqing said, "Senior's conduct truly was rather irresponsible. I also didn't like it. Everyone says that I'm very similar to Senior Suli. Presumably, if I met him, I would definitely like him. Tang, 36, regretfully said, "It's a pity that we didn't have the chance to meet, or else Senior would definitely have passed on some good things to me." Guan Feibai sneered, "Why don't you go look in the mirror?" Tang, 36, arched his brows. "Every morning when I wake up, I look in the mirror. I'm very spirited and handsome. Could it be that your martial granduncle was born very ugly?" When it came to making jokes, not even all the disciples of the Mount Li Sword sect added together would be a match for him. Go Hanqi indicated for Guan Feibai to say no more, then said to Qin Changsheng, "His Holiness the Pope used the sword to break the Tao. According to the rules, you can now be considered a member of my Mount Li. If an ordinary cultivator of the world could be considered a disciple of the strongest Mount Li Sword sect, they would naturally be more than happy to do so. But Chen Changsheng was no ordinary person, and his status was extremely noble. Not even the sect master of the Mount Li Sword sect could compare." Go Hanqi's words had no other meaning. He was just informing Qin Changsheng. In his view, Qin Changsheng naturally would not accept it. This was truly the case. Qin Changsheng had no conflict with the Mount Li Sword sect. In the past few years, the two sides had been deeply involved, and he and Go Hanqi and the other disciples of the younger generation were rather congenial. It was just that, as the Pope, no matter what, he could not enter the Mount Li Sword sect. Or else, what would the priests of the Li Palace do? Qin Changsheng said, "We've always walked the same path, so we're naturally of the same sect." Go Hanqi praised, "These words have true meaning." Just at this moment, Qi Jian's happy laughter came from the plains outside the valley. Seeing that extremely clear line of dust on the plains and those two figures in front of them, the crowd all sighed with emotion. Qin Changsheng and Qiushan Jun shook their heads and said in unison, "I also don't know just what that fellow is thinking." With these words, the entire crowd fell silent. Everyone knew that the fellow they were speaking of was Suli, but the silence was not because of the disrespect in these words. Go Hanqi looked at Chen Changsheng and Qiushan Jun with a slightly surprised expression and said, "The two of you have quite a tacit understanding." The rest of the people were also looking at them. Qin Changsheng and Qiushan Jun glanced at each other, then very tacitly turned around and said no more. Chapter 933. On the same night, the Mount Li Sword sect arranged a banquet in the valley, using a bonfire to roast meat. To someone of the Pope's status, this sort of reception was unavoidably rather disrespectful. Qin Changsheng had no objections. He knew that this was because Qi Jian was rather shy and unwilling to leave the valley to face too many of his fellow disciples. Moreover, roasting meat over a bonfire had its own wild charm, and he very much liked it. But when he thought back to the scene of him roasting meat and drinking wine in Sloping Cliff Horse Farm and realized that Qiushan Jun was not present, he felt rather complicated. Tang, 36, was holding a bowl of wine and talking to Yi Xiaolian, making the girl tremble in amusement. Go Hanqi and Hu 32 were sitting together, whispering to each other. They were probably planning some important matters for the future. Guan Feibai, Bai Kai, and the others were sitting next to Qin Changsheng, motionlessly staring across from them. On the other side of the bonfire, Zhexiu and Qi Jian sat together. Qi Jian was leaning against his shoulder, the smile on his small face seeming particularly happy in the light of the fire. Zhexiu's new clothes were also very eye-catching. It could be seen that the craftsman had only been average, but the stitching was very dense, indicating that a great deal of thought and effort had been put into it. Qin Changsheng was very gratified by this sight. Guan Feibai and the others were naturally in a terrible mood and quickly left the valley, with Yi Xiaolian following them. In the dead of night, the bonfire hissed in the wind. Qi Jian was leaning against Zhexiu's shoulder, softly humming a little tune. Qin Changsheng looked around, and with a thought, he brought Nank out of the garden of Zhou. Seeing Nank suddenly appear by the bonfire, Qi Jian was rather nervous and subconsciously gripped the hilt of the sword at her waist. "You should call her little aunt." "There's no need to be so nervous," Qin Changxing said. Qi Jian froze for a moment before understanding the meaning of these words. She looked at Nank's face, her emotions rather complex. Tang 36's gaze moved back and forth between Nank and Qi Jian, ultimately resting on Qin Changxing. "It feels like this seniority is a bit messy." Qin Changxing ignored him and expressed his intentions to Qi Jian. For a period of time, Nank would also be living in Mount Li. He hoped that Qi Jian could help take care of her. Qi Jian confirmed that this was a matter that the sect master had tacitly agreed to, so he naturally would not refuse. Leaving Nank in the Mount Li sword sect was Qin Changxing's decision after careful consideration. The first was for Nank's safety. Wu Qiangbai's question from Holy Maiden Peak was still ringing in his ears, and if she left his side, only the Mount Li sword sect had the ability and was willing to take in this demon princess. In addition, the Mount Li sword sect's righteous sword pure heart would also be of some assistance to Nank's recovery. One was a cure, and two were also a cure. In any case, Zhixio wanted to stay in Mount Li to treat his illness, so he might as well have Nank treat him as well. As Qin Changxing and Qi Jian spoke, Nank stared blankly at him. She did not understand why he wanted to separate from her. Just like in the last few days, she grabbed his clothes, but this time she would. Looking at her eyes, Qin Changsheng's mood was somewhat downcast, but he had no choice but to softly coax her for a long time before Nank finally let go. Qi Jian had been watching this entire time. Qi! Hearing this, Qin Changsheng was stunned. Tang 36's laughter traveled to the depths of the grassland outside of the Green Valley and startled countless night birds. "My dad definitely doesn't want to call you brother-in-law." Qi Jian glanced at Nank sitting quietly at Qin Changxing's side and said, "Can you not be like this?" Qin Changxing had always had a gentle personality, but he could no longer hold back his displeasure. "Just what did I do? I didn't do anything." Qi Jian said, "You understand what I'm saying." Zhixio said, "What she means is, don't treat other girls too well." Tang 36 said, "Do you think that Qin Changxing doesn't understand? He clearly understands, which is why he became angry out of humiliation." After taking care of matters at Mount Li, Qin Changxing and the others bid farewell on the morning of the next day and returned the way they had come. Even now, no one knew what problem had occurred in White Emperor City. A shadow had always been cast over his heart, and he was very worried. He and Su Yurong had agreed to meet in the small village at the base of Holy Maiden Peak. He was confident that the latest news would arrive at that time. When the time came, they would decide what to do next. The morning light had just fallen on the Green Mountain, and the wind over the Tong River was still somewhat chilly. Qin Changxing gazed at the small village across the river. He knew that Su Yurong had probably already arrived, and his mood improved slightly. At this moment, the cry of a goose came from the sky. A red goose transformed into a red line as it broke through the clouds in the north and landed in front of him. Hu 32 untied the letter tube tied to the red goose's leg and, according to the method agreed upon, removed the seal, took out a letter, and placed it in front of Qin Changxing. Qin Changxing's expression did not change as he read the densely packed words on the letter, but everyone could sense that he was rather nervous and angry. The grass on the banks of the Tong River was covered in a thin layer of frost, just like the emotions in his eyes. Qin Changxing took a piece of paper and scribbled a few words. He had Yi Xiaolian give it to Su Yurong on the other side of the river, saying, "I have urgent matters to attend to, so I will leave first." After saying this, he no longer hesitated. He boarded the carriage that the Southern Taoist Church had prepared and rode along the official road on the western shore of the Tong River to the north. Yi Xiaolian had no idea what had happened, but when she crossed the river and saw Su Yurong, she couldn't help but feel a little uneasy as she handed over the letter. Su Yurong already knew what had happened, so she was not angry at Chen Chongqing's sudden departure. However, when she saw the words on the letter, she couldn't help but feel a little displeased. "If you want to go, then go. I won't say anything, but riding my crane to see some other girl is a little too much." Following the Tong River to the north and exiting the eastern foothills of the Luomei Mountains, Qin Chongqing's party arrived at the southernmost county of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Runan County. By the time the carriage entered the Prince of Runan's estate, the sun had just risen over the treetops. From this, one could see just how urgent the journey had been. Tang 36 and Hu 32 both felt exhausted to the extreme, but at the same time curious to the extreme. Ever since Chen Chongqing had left Sloping Cliff Horse Farm, someone had been sending him letters. All the arrangements of the Li Palace were related to these letters. So just who was the one writing them? Why was Qin Chongqing so obedient? And what was the content of this letter that made Qin Chongqing so anxious? It even made them recall what had happened in Fengyang City when Chen Chongqing learned of the change in Holy Maiden Peak. To Qin Chongqing, just who in the world had the same status as Su Yorong? Upon reaching the depths of the Prince of Runan's estate, Tang 36 and Hu 32 found no answer. Moreover, the one waiting for them was not the Prince of Runan, but the Prince of Luoyang. This most useless prince of the Qin clan seemed extremely exhausted, his body covered in dust. He had probably just arrived from the north. Upon seeing Qin Chongqing walk in, the Prince of Luoyang hurriedly paid his respects, kneeling on the ground and raising his but high in the air. Chapter 934. Tang 36 felt a little strange at this sight. Even if Chen Chongqing was the Pope, even if this prince was more cowardly and cowardly, why did he need to make such a grand bow? Chen Chongqing gazed at the Prince of Luoyang's clumsy movements and cumbersome body in a daze. For some reason, he did not immediately have the prince rise. Tang 36 once more felt that something was wrong. It was clear that there was something wrong with Chen Chongqing's attitude toward this prince. Amongst the princes of the Chen clan, the Prince of Luoyang could be said to be the most inconspicuous and honest. No matter how fierce the conflict between the imperial court and the orthodoxy, he had always treated the Li Palace with the utmost respect. The scene from before had proved this point. Logically speaking, given Chen Chongqing's personality and conduct, even if he was not particularly intimate with this prince, he should not have been so cold. Not hearing Chen Chongqing's voice, the Prince of Luoyang appeared extremely uneasy. Sweat poured down his face as he gave Tang 36 a pitiful glance. Tang 36 lightly poked Chen Chongqing's back with his finger. Chen Chongqing finally came to his senses and hurriedly had the Prince of Luoyang rise. The Prince of Luoyang gave a clear sigh of relief. He hurriedly took out a very thin letter from his bosom and carefully offered it to Qin Chongqing as if it was a family heirloom. Hu 32 looked at the cover of the letter and confirmed that it was not the usual letter or the letter from this morning. So who had written this letter? The intricate decorations on the window seemed real, and the light coming in from outside was much dimmer, making it rather gloomy. Chen Chongqing looked at the seal on the letter, paused for a few moments, and then very skillfully opened it. The handwriting on the letter had not been seen for many years, but it was still familiar, just like the writer. The strokes were smooth and flowing, like a stream flowing outside the village. It seemed elegant and charming, but it was actually a hidden strength of character, like a solitary peak in the mist. Qin Chongqing's face darkened when he saw the first line. The contents of the letter he had received this morning were indeed true. He frowned and never loosened his frown. Tang 36 and Hu 32 looked at him, questioning him with their eyes. "This is a letter that teacher wrote to me," Qin Chongqing said. The two were shocked speechless at this answer. The Prince of Luoyang was constantly wiping away his cold sweat. The room was quiet, not a single sound coming from the Prince of Runan's estate. The imperial court and the Li Palace, the master-disciple relationship between Shang Xingzhou and Qin Changsheng, had been in a stalemate for several years. The situation was extremely tense. Suddenly, Shang Xingzhou sent him a personal letter. What was he trying to do? Of course, it was impossible that he had decided to bury the hatchet with his student just because he had drunk 2 pots of wine last night and wanted to take a look at the moon of the demons in the north. This could only mean that something very important had happened on the continent. This matter was even more important than the war between the orthodoxy and the imperial court. It was so important that even someone as cold and powerful as Shang Xingzhou had no choice but to temporarily put aside his issues with Qin Changsheng and even ask him for help. Shang Xingzhou's letter was very concise, and Qin Changsheng very quickly finished reading it. He thanked the Prince of Luoyang for his hard work. The Prince of Luoyang was very happy, but he didn't know what to do next, so he stood there in a daze. Tang 36 gave him a look. The Prince of Luoyang reacted and hurriedly bowed as he withdrew. After he left, Tang 36 immediately asked, "What happened?" Qin Changsheng said, "White Emperor City is going to hold the heavenly selection ceremony." Tang 36 felt that the name Heavenly Selection Ceremony was rather familiar, but he had forgotten where he had seen it before, so he didn't know what it meant. Hu 32's expression suddenly changed as he harshly said, "Preposterous! Just what is the demi-human race thinking?" Only after Hu 32's explanation did Tang 36 understand the meaning of the Heavenly Selection Ceremony, and his expression turned grave. "Princess Luolua's betrothed partner will be the next White Emperor." "Correct." Tang 36 turned to Qin Changsheng and asked, "Didn't you take care of her meridians? Why can't she inherit the position of the White Emperor?" Qin Changsheng was quiet for a few moments, then replied, "There's naturally someone who doesn't want her to become the next White Emperor." Tang 36 understood who he was speaking of and asked in confusion, "Madame Mu is her mother. What benefit does this have for her?" Hu 32 was concerned with another question. "Who does Madame Mu intend to marry Princess Luoluo?" Qin Changsheng thought of the contents of the morning letter and said, "There are many rumors in White Emperor City. It seems that it should be the second prince of the great Western continent. The imperial clan of the great Western continent truly does not give up on their evil intentions." Hu 32 harshly said, "The blue-clothed visitor died just 2 days ago, and now they're using this sort of trick. Madame Mu has been married to the White Emperor for several centuries, and it's rumored that the two have always been in love. Who could have imagined that she would still wholeheartedly care about her paternal clan, even wanting to take away the benefits of her own daughter? In the past, I thought that only those uncivilized remote villages would have such foolish women, but I truly didn't expect." Tang 36 was filled with loathing. Hu 32 asked in confusion, "Will the White Emperor agree to her actions?" Qin Changsheng replied, "His Majesty the White Emperor remains in seclusion. No one knows his stance." Tang 36 suddenly felt that something was wrong. The shadow of the imperial court and Shang Xingzhou was clearly behind the schemes of the great Western continent. To put it another way, this had always been an attempt by Shang Xingzhou and Madame Mu to get rid of Qin Changsheng. If Madame Mu wanted to use this marriage alliance to allow the great Western continent's imperial clan to successfully disembark, Shang Xingzhou would be happy to see it happen. Why was he so fiercely opposing it? Shang Xingzhou had naturally written a letter to Qin Changsheng in the hope that he would ruin the grand ceremony of returning to the origin. Qin Changsheng was naturally the best candidate to stop the marriage alliance between White Emperor City and the great Western continent, as he had a sufficiently revered status and a very special relationship with the demi-human race. In this matter, he could play an even greater role than Shang Xingzhou. The problem was that Shang Xingzhou was the de facto #1 person in the world, and Qin Changsheng was the student that he most wanted to kill. The relationship between the two was abnormally complex, and he had assuredly spent a very long time in writing this letter to Qin Changsheng. It had not been easy at all, and the more difficult it was, the more it showed just how intense his stance on the matter was. Why was his stance so intense that he was even willing to ask for help from his own student, even if he might have to make some concessions to his student afterwards? Black Robe is currently not in Shualao City, Chun Chongxing added. Moreover, 20-some days ago, the Demon Palace held a ceremony to the stars. It caused an enormous stir, but I don't know what happened. Hu 32 understood, and his complexion paled. Tang 36's expression also turned abnormally grave. If Shang Xingzhou's judgment was correct, the human race was about to face its most dangerous situation since the siege of Luoyang 1,000 years ago. Everyone was saying that Luo Luo might be married off to the great Western continent's second prince. But what if she wasn't? What if White Emperor City's marriage partner was someone else? What if that person came from the north? Chapter 935. Tang 36 looked into Chun Chongxing's eyes and very seriously asked, "You believe in your teacher?" Chun Chongxing replied, "Master is exceptionally intelligent and has keen insight. Not even Black Robe can conceal all the secrets of the heavens, so I believe in his judgment." Tang 36 said, "You know that's not what I mean." Chun Chongxing fell quiet for a while, then said, "To Master, killing me and subduing the orthodoxy are the most important matters. But exterminating the demons and having the human race unite the continent is his lifelong wish, his lifelong pursuit. In this aspect, I have absolute trust in him." In the history of the continent, the most important change was the alliance between the human race and the demi-human race. It was precisely because of this that Emperor Taizong was able to lead the allied armies of the two races on a successful northern expedition, driving the demons back to the snowy wastelands. In the following several centuries, the human race obtained enough time to rest and build up strength, making it so that the demons found it difficult to advance south. If the demi-human race suddenly broke their agreement with the human race and switched sides, what would happen? Shang Xingzhou and Chun Chongxing did not have a conflict of ideals, but a conflict of Daos. Chun Chongxing was the only flaw in Shang Xingzhou's Dao, so Shang Xingzhou had to think of a way to erase his existence. But compared to this major event, this was nothing. Just as Shang Xingzhou had said in his letter, White Emperor City could not be lost. A rare solemn expression appeared on Tang 36's face. Then we must prevent this from happening. Fortunately, all this was just a guess, not yet true. The human race still had time to react. If not for Shang Xingzhou's extremely sharp perception of these problems and his extremely daring judgment, the situation would have become extremely terrible. When he thought of this, even though they were on different sides, Tang 36 still found it hard to suppress his admiration for this venerable Taoist. Chun Chongxing walked to the window and raised the stainless sword. He silently used the intellectual sword to calculate for a long time, but he still did not obtain a definite answer. The demi-human race, is it really possible for them to ally with the demons? In the history books, the conflict between the demi-human race and the demons was stained with blood and the tragic fate of the demi-human race. Logically speaking, the demon race would never forget those grudges, let alone ally with the demon race. Hu 32 said, "In truth, this matter isn't completely impossible. Don't forget, 1,000 years ago, the relationship between the humans and demi-humans was also very bad. If the demons were willing to pay a sufficient price to quell the hatred of the demi-humans really might side with them." Tang 36 said, "The problem is the motive. If Madame Mu is willing to take this risk for the sake of the great Western continent, would the demi-human lords, ministers, and generals agree?" Hu 32's gaze fell on the letter in Chun Chongxing's hand. Perhaps this is the reason. Tang 36 also looked over, but he didn't understand. The demon race has been in decline for 1,000 years. Even if a new monarch ascends to the throne, it will be impossible for them to return to the terrifying strength of the past in a short period of time. But our human race has become more and more powerful in these 1,000 years. Just like what the blue-clothed visitor said on the summit, we have too many geniuses and experts. Hu 32 looked at Chen Chongqing and seriously said, "My lady said before that the venerable Taoist wholeheartedly wants to carry on Emperor Taizong's dying wish and exterminate the demons to unite the world. When the time comes, what will the demi-humans do? Submit and pay tribute, or become slaves of the demons like in ancient times?" Tang 36 said, "The current white emperor is the hegemon of his generation. Does he not even have this much confidence?" Hu 32 was quiet for a while, then said, "In these last few years, the entire continent has been talking about a phrase." Chen Chongqing was taken aback. "What phrase?" Hu 32 said, "One temple of Xining rules the world." Chen Chongqing fell silent, as did Tang 36. The meaning of this phrase was crystal clear. It referred to the story of the past 10 years, as well as the current period of history. So if one looked into the distance, what would one see? If Shang Xingzhou and Chen Chongqing reconciled, and together with the emperor, who on the continent would be a match for the human race? Even the white emperor would feel an intense apprehension and unease when he looked at this master and disciple trio from Xining Village's temple. It might have been fine if this was an impossible matter, but many people believed that the problem between Shang Xingzhou and Chen Chongqing should never have existed. An important figure like the White Emperor might even believe that the standoff between Shang Xingzhou and Chen Chongqing was a hoax created by this master and disciple. Chen Chongqing did not respond to Hu 36's gaze. His gaze fell on the letter. At the end of the letter, Shang Xingzhou had written 4 words, "Wait and see." If one wanted to watch, one had to be present. He said, "Let's first take care of this matter." Hu 32 replied, "Of course, but I don't know when White Emperor City will hold the heavenly selection ceremony. Since the Li Palace is acting, the Orthodoxy's diplomatic mission should be formed as quickly as possible." Chen Chongqing said, "The time for the heavenly selection ceremony has probably not been set. But White Emperor City's thoughts are very clear. Even if they can't hide this matter forever, they won't want us to suddenly interfere, so they won't give us time to make arrangements. Thus, I will go first, and the diplomatic mission will follow soon after." Hu 32 said, "Understood." Tang 36 said, "I'll first return to Winshui." A large portion of the demi-human business was handled by the Tang clan, and Winshui City had always had a good relationship with White Emperor City. This matter involved the future of the human race, so the Tang Old Master naturally could not stay out of it. He would probably make some corresponding arrangements. Chen Chongqing nodded. "Then I'll go first." At this moment, the clear cry of a crane came from the prince's estate. The winter winds howled, and the trees in the courtyard swayed as a white crane descended. The Prince of Luoyang was kneeling in the distant porch, respectfully sending Chen Chongqing off. Tang 36 finally couldn't help but ask, "Why did the venerable Taoist have His Highness deliver this letter?" Chen Chongqing replied, "His Highness spent last night in Mount Shao, so he was closest to this place." Tang 36 thought to himself, "This is clearly illogical. If the imperial court wanted to send a letter, whether it was by Red Eagle, Red Goose, or Ray, they could all reach the Prince of Rinan's estate. There was no need for the Prince of Luoyang to make this trip." Chen Chongqing knew that he could not persuade him. So after a moment of silence, he said, "Master knows that I trust him more." Tang 36 was even more confused, thinking, "Why do you trust this prince famed for being a good-for-nothing?" Chen Chongqing explained no more and mounted the crane. 1 man and 1 crane flew up into the clouds. The Tong River had become an indistinguishable strip, and the Luomei Mountains were like a bonsai to the left behind. Clouds and mist could be faintly seen in the extreme west, the Green Mountains in the distance. Who knew what awaited him? The Green Mountains and the sea of clouds looked like the fog on the other side of the lake, but also like the smoke rising from the kitchen chimneys in the streets of the capital in the middle of winter. Luoluo sat on the edge of the mountain, gazing at the clouds below, her petite figure seeming rather delicate. If one could see her face, they would probably get the same feeling, because although her picturesque face was filled with reminiscence, it was still calm. Guardian Li looked at her, a look of pity in her eyes. In her view, Her Highness had been very lonely in the last few years and was only getting lonelier. Chapter 936. Luoluo asked, "Did Imperial Mother leave the palace again today?" Guardian Li whispered, "It seems like she went to the other shore for some business." Luoluo added, "Did little aunt return a few days ago?" Guardian Li replied, "She should have." Luoluo asked, "Was the matter at South Stream Temple true?" Guardian Li was somewhat hesitant, but she still answered yes. Luoluo was quiet for a while, then said, "Then they wanted to harm teacher." Guardian Li did not dare to respond to these words, especially when she sensed the emotion in her voice. "I didn't think that the legend of New North Bridge was true. Teacher had always been acquainted with that black dragon." Luoluo gazed at the green mountain on the other shore, faintly discernible in the clouds. "But where is she being imprisoned by Mother?" Guardian Li whispered, "There's no way to find out." Luoluo sighed and said, "Am I very useless?" Guardian Li didn't know how to respond. Although Her Highness was the most revered person in White Emperor City, how could she possibly influence the Empress's actions? Luoluo's spirit was suddenly roused, a happy expression appearing on her elegant face. "But it doesn't matter. Teacher once said that the most important thing in life is not whether we are useful or not, but whether we can live smoothly, whether we can live happily." In the same sea of clouds, on the edge of another cliff, there was also a petite figure, but she did not give off the impression that she was weak. Perhaps because she had never suffered since childhood and had received a different education, Mu Jiosher's beautiful face was always filled with confidence. She seemed especially bright and radiant, exuding an aura of nobility. Madame Mu could naturally tell that her younger sister was in an extremely low mood, but she was only pretending not to care. She walked to the edge of the cliff and embraced Mu Jiosher, tenderly saying, as a daughter of the Mu clan, "It truly is very difficult." Hearing these words and feeling the warmth of her sister's body, Mu Jiosher could no longer pretend. She leaned over and said in a wronged and sorrowful voice, "I also don't know when that fellow started following us. Elder sister, am I too useless?" She was naturally speaking of Choshan Jun, Madame Mu replied. "Imperial Uncle's plan was wrong from the start. So how can you be blamed?" Mu Jiosher raised her face and asked in confusion, "Wrong?" Madame Mu continued, "Even without Choshan Jun, everyone on the plateau believed that Zhu Sha killed Bitinshin. So what? Imperial Uncle wanted to use the name of Cinnabar to burn this fire onto Chunchangshan, but he did not think that the Pope of the human race was not so easy to kill." Mu Jiosher had not gone to South Stream Temple, but she was well aware of what had happened on the plateau. Her eyes widened as she asked, "But at that time, Chunchangshan really did almost die?" Madame Mu shook her head. From the very start, Shang Xingzhou was using Imperial Uncle and had no intention of personally entering the fray. Didn't they see that the Prince of Xiang had done nothing from start to finish, quietly watching from the sidelines like a guest? Only an idiot like White Tiger would make a move before the situation is clear. Surprised, Mu Jiosher asked, "The Prince of Xiang did not act because he was intimidated by Wang Pa?" Madame Mu replied, "You've already crossed that threshold. Every action of yours has its own deep meaning. How can it be shaken by external forces?" Mu Jiosher thought, "Then didn't that mean that Imperial Uncle had died in vain?" With hatred in her voice, she said, "The people of Zhou truly are cunning and sinister." Madame Mu replied, "The matters of 1,000 autumns can never be rushed. Imperial Uncle's venerable self is only taking such a dangerous move because his lifespan is reaching its end. to see if he can obtain some good fortune. As for you and I, there's no need to be in such a rush. Once we've taken care of the matters here, we can make arrangements. Mu Josher thought of the grand undertaking her big sister had spoken of and couldn't help but feel somewhat agitated. I'm just worried that elder sister will be alone and without help. Madame Mu smiled. I'm not a loner like Tianhai. Mu Josher was still worried, but this matter is truly too grand. There's a blood feud between the demi-humans and demons. How will you convince those elders and ministers? Madame Mu replied, in the past, this matter would naturally have been difficult to handle, but now is the best time. Shang Xingzhou's ambitions are far too clear. Everyone knows that he wants to unify the world, and everyone knows that he has the ability to do so. Coupled with the fact that Qin Changxing is such a genius and has such a great reputation, and that Emperor is also an extraordinary individual, if this master and disciple of his sect work together, let alone the demons, would your brother-in-law and those elders and ministers not be worried? Mu Jioshe replied, the venerable Taoist is naturally frightening, and Chen Changsheng isn't bad either, but that Emperor resides deep in the palace, so it's truly impossible to see what's so extraordinary about him. Madame Mu replied, those who are skilled in battle have no illustrious reputation, and the ability of a shepherd only depends on the growth of his flock. Ever since that emperor began to govern, the imperial court has been clean and tidy, not sparing any worthy person. The affairs of government have been smooth, and the people have lived and worked in peace. He's even more extraordinary than his mother. Emperor Taizong was nothing more than this. Mu Jioshe pensively said, so that's how it is. She then thought of another matter and worriedly asked, then what about Bi Tianxin and Bi Yanghang? In a few days, as long as they recover from their injuries, they'll definitely come for revenge. Madame Mu replied, no, you're wrong. Mu Jioshe did not explain. Could it be that they fear Big Sister's majesty and the demi-human experts and don't dare to come? Madame Mu gazed into the depths of the sea of clouds and indifferently said, when I say that you're wrong, I'm not saying that they won't come, but that they've already come. As she spoke, a peal of thunder exploded in the sky. Boom! The sea of clouds in front of the mountain surged with countless waves that spread in all directions, but they did not split apart. In the gloomy and damp forest below the sea of clouds, countless monsters ran for their lives. Deep in the turbid waters of the Red River, some massive aquatic monsters growled and then lowered their heads. The sea of clouds in the sky was pulled toward the edge of the continent, the center growing thinner and thinner until a hole appeared. A beam of light spilled down from the hole in the clouds, accompanied by two figures. It was an extremely beautiful and mystical sight. Seeing these two figures land on a nearby green mountain to the west, Mu Jioshe's expression suddenly changed. Madame Mu was calm and silent, her thoughts inscrutable. Chapter 937. Breaking through the clouds was Bi Yanghang and Wu Chongbai. The dust over the 80,000 li had been blown away by the strong winds in the sky, but it could not disperse the solemnity and gravity in their eyes. After leaving Holy Maiden Peak, they had taken a little time to rest, not waiting for their injuries to completely recover before rushing to White Emperor City. Even though they were experts of the divine domain, they had paid no small price. Their faces were rather pale, and they seemed very tired. Standing on the green mountain, Byonghong surveyed his surroundings. His eyes were slightly profound, allowing him to clearly see everything that was going on within several dozen li. On the other shore, White Emperor City was rather noisy. The demi-humans had probably sensed their arrival and were in a hurry to mobilize their armies and experts. Byonghong raised his right hand and unfurled his fingers. Several deep blue ice crystals, imbued with boundless cold, floated out of his palm. They were blown about by the mountain winds, but they did not follow the wind. These ice crystals seemed to weigh nothing as they floated to some place behind the mountain. Byonghong and Wu Qiong followed behind. It didn't take long before they saw a tree more than 1,000 zhang tall rising into the sky. The top of the tree broke through the clouds, its whereabouts unknown. The tree was extremely thick, looking like a wall. There was a hole at the base of the tree, and a house had been built in the hole. A black-clothed girl sat on a stone bench in the room, her chin propped up in her hand, seeming rather worried. As if they had seen their loved ones, the blue ice crystals turned into streaks of light and flew toward the black-clothed girl. The girl sensed them and raised her head. Those deep blue ice crystals burrowed into the red birthmark between her eyebrows and vanished. The girl looked at Byong-hong and Wu Qiongbai, wariness appearing on her cold and beautiful face. She was a proud and powerful dragon, but she could clearly sense that these two human experts had the ability to harm her. Byong-hong's gaze moved down to the girl's feet. As he looked at the chains, he slightly creased his brow. Wu Qiongbai complexion turned extremely nasty as she gazed at the black-clothed girl. In her view, even if Bi Tianxin's death had nothing to do with this girl, he had still died to her dragon breath. She prepared to step forward and vent her anger, but Byong-hong's stern gaze stopped her. "Lady Zhu Sha, I will think of a way to save you," Byong-hong said to the girl. This girl was naturally the legend at the bottom of New North Bridge, the current Pope Qin Changsheng's protector. She had many names. Qin Changsheng liked to call her Gigi, but Byong-hong, an expert of the continent of his generation, still used the name Wang Jitsa had given her, Zhu Sha. When he saw the chains at the girl's feet, Byong-hong confirmed that his son's death had nothing to do with her, as she could not leave this mountain. Since this was the case, he would naturally think to save her. Thus, he naturally had to think of a way to save her. It was truly because Byong-hong's little red flower was far too famous, and Wu Qiongbai horsetail whisk and her face were equally unsightly. This matter was also extremely famous. She had already been trapped on this cliff for some time and had vaguely guessed at something. 2 days ago, she had even sensed the death of an expert of the divine domain, but she still did not know the specifics, much less why these two experts of the continent had suddenly appeared here. She pondered Byong-hong's words and said, "Then I'll have to thank you, but it seems rather difficult." Byong-hong's gaze continued down the cliff from her ankle, his expression a little strange. The iron chain seemed to be tied to a stone hole on the ground, but with his keen eyesight he could tell that the stone hole was actually the top of a stone embryo, and that the stone embryo was at the bottom of the cliff. In other words, the iron chain was connected to the entire mountain. If he wanted to take the little black dragon away, he would have to shatter this cliff and the extremely hard stone embryo within it, or he would have to sever the connection between the chains and the stone embryo. The former was not feasible, although he should be able to do it if he used the full extent of his cultivation. That kind of movement would be too big. Moreover, it would consume a lot of Star Radiant's true essence, which would greatly affect the actual battle later. As for the latter, there was clearly something wrong with the aura of the iron chain and the stone embryo, as if there was an invisible lock. Byong-hong's expression slightly froze. "Tiger roar." Gigi replied, "I don't know what it's called, but it's a pretty good name." Byong-hong knew that it was definitely correct. The object that bound the chains to the stone embryo was assuredly the legendary forbidden artifact of the demi-humans, the Tiger Roar. This was a forbidden artifact used by the White Emperor clan to punish traitors. The White Emperor clan was born with divine strength, but they were absolutely incapable of breaking free of the Tiger Roar. It was most suitable for imprisoning the little black dragon. Even an expert of Byong-hong's level would find it extremely difficult to break free of the Tiger Roar. But since it was a forbidden artifact, it assuredly had a key, and the key was naturally in Madame Mu's hands. "Once I kill her, I'll release you," Byong-hong said. Gigi replied, "Then I truly must thank you." Byong-hong suddenly sensed something and turned to look at the sea of clouds. A wind blew over from the sea of clouds, causing the sea of clouds to ripple and tremble. Many cracks appeared in the clouds, As he gazed at the meadow emerging from one of the cracks and the two women standing on the meadow, Byung-hong felt like the salty and wet air of the wind had suddenly become countless times heavier. Seeing Madame Mu's somewhat similar appearance to Mu Jiosher's, Byung-hong fell silent for a moment, then clasped his hands in greeting. Madame Mu calmly returned the greeting. Wu Qiong by naturally would not bow to her, nor did she speak. She only stared at Mu Jiosher, her eyes so venomous that they seemed like poisonous flames burning deep underground. No matter how extraordinary Mu Jiosher's background and proud and arrogant she was, being stared at by an expert of the divine domain like this and thinking about Bitianxin's matter made her feel very guilty. She instantly felt her body and mind turn cold. Somewhat afraid, she moved to hide behind Madame Mu. Byung-hong looked at Madame Mu and asked, "Empress intends to protect her?" Madame Mu replied, "This is White Emperor City, and she is my younger sister. Do you think that I would let you touch her?" Wu Qiongbai pointed at White Emperor City across the sea of clouds and shouted, "Do you think that you can rely on those idiots of the demi-humans to stop us husband and wife?" Her voice was abnormally shrill, like two swords incessantly grinding against each other. In contrast, Byung-hong's voice was still warm and gentle, but even more resolute. "His Majesty the White Emperor is in seclusion. You are alone." Madame Mu calmly replied, "So the two of you disregarded worsening your injuries and rushed over as quickly as possible." Byung-hong replied, "Yes, I wanted to ensure that no one was faster than us." Madame Mu's expression did not change. "Do you think that as long as the great Western continent cannot send reinforcements in time, I will be forced into a situation where I have to fight one against two?" Byung-hong replied, "Correct, this is not a fair contest, but a father and mother's vengeance." Madame Mu faintly smiled. "Then did you ever think that although my husband is in seclusion, he is not cut off from the world? If I really do die, do you think that he will not act? And even if the two of you work together, are you sure that you can defeat me? Mother is in the hospital again. In the next few days, it will probably be just like it was in the last half year. If I have time, I will write. If I don't, I will tell and report to everyone." Chapter 938. As she said this, her expression was very calm and indifferent, yet it also seemed incomparably confident and powerful. She was the princess of the great Western continent, the empress of the demi-human race. She had become a saint many years ago. Tianhai had died at the peak of the mausoleum of books. Yin had returned to the sea of stars, and the Holy Maiden of the South had followed Su Li to the sacred light continent. Of the 5 saints, only she and the White Emperor remained. There was no question that she and the White Emperor could be considered some of the strongest experts of the present age. Even if the White Emperor were in seclusion and she alone fought Byung-hong and Wu Qiongbai, she was not certain to lose. And this was not even considering the fact that this was the shore of the Red River. There were still countless demi-human experts in White Emperor City. With a single order from her, they would surge forward like a tide. "Empress, you misunderstand," Byung-hong said. "We husband and wife have never had the extravagant hope of killing you today. We only want to take Mu Jiosher away and ask her a few questions." Mu Jiosher's small face paled at these words, not daring to respond. Madame Mu smiled. "You want to take my younger sister away and ask her a few questions about young Master B's last words. And then what?" Wu Qiongbai finally could not restrain her emotions and harshly said, "If she cannot give an explanation, this old woman will naturally tear her to pieces." Madame Mu's smile faded as she looked at Byung-hong and asked, "Do you think I will agree?" Byung-hong replied, "You should be well aware that I have the ability to delay you for a while. Enough time for my lowly wife to finish what she wants to do." Madame Mu calmly stared at him for a very long time, then suddenly laughed. Her laughter echoed between the cliffs and the sea of clouds. There was no joy in it, only toughness and indifference. "I believe that Sir B has also misunderstood." Madame Mu's smile faded as she looked at him and said, "I have never thought about protecting little Shi." Bian Hong's gaze froze as he asked, "What does Empress mean?" "Everyone says that I was expelled from the great Western continent by Imperial Uncle. Over the past several centuries, countless people have felt injustice for me, like Tian Hai and Elder Yin. But in truth, none of them knew that I left of my own volition, and all my abilities were actually taught by Imperial Uncle. To me, Imperial Uncle was both teacher and father, the person I respected the most." Madame Mu expressionlessly said, "You killed him, so I naturally had to avenge him and kill all of you. Other than that, I did not consider any other possibility." Bian Hong fell silent. With his and Wu Qiangbai's strength, it was very difficult for them to directly kill Madame Mu, perhaps even detain her, but the reverse was also true, unless the other party had helpers. The question was, who would help her? With the blue-clothed visitor dead, the great Western continent's scheme had been exposed. He and Wu Qiangbai, as the storms of the human race, had come to avenge their son. Not even Shang Xingzhou would appear in this sort of situation. Moreover, they had come so quickly that White Emperor City probably had no time to lay down any traps. The sea breeze came from outside the sky and never stopped. The 2 layers of clouds in the sky and outside the cliff kept twisting and twisting, but did not disperse. The hole in the clouds that Bian Hong and Wu Qiangbei had torn open was gradually covered up. The light was retracted, leaving the cliff gloomy. There was a tree on the edge of the cliff. Compared to the massive tree on the cliff where the little black dragon was imprisoned, this tree seemed particularly tiny. The tree has a shadow. In such a dim environment, the reflection of the tree should have been extremely faint, but it gradually grew thicker. The little red flower on his pinky seemed to have sensed something. It whistled through the air and pointed at the distant tree, appearing especially vigilant. Bian Hong looked at Madame Mu and said, "The Empress's ambition and daring are truly frightening. Imperial Uncle insists on killing Qin Changxing and inciting internal strife in the Zhou dynasty, but I know that this is no easy task and that there is a high chance of failure." Madame Mu calmly said, "This being the case, I will naturally prepare a few backup plans." Bian Hong sighed. He had made countless preparations and used the will of the heavens to calculate for many hours, but he had not expected that he would still fail. He said to Wu Qiangbei, "In a little while, if I can find a chance to cut open a path, you can leave. I will follow." Wu Qiangbei couldn't help but be alarmed at these words, thinking, just what has happened? No matter how strong Madame Mu is, if we work together, we can still fight. Is there a need to be so pessimistic, declaring defeat before the battle has even begun? If this really was the case, why had they broken through the clouds and come to White Emperor City? Wu Qiangbei had a ruthless and coarse personality, but she was still an expert of the divine domain. With just a thought, she understood what had happened and turned to the tree at the edge of the cliff. The shadow cast by the tree grew thicker and thicker, gradually turning the color of ink, becoming a black cloth. The wind from the western sea rustled the leaves of the tree, rustling the shadow on the ground, like a corner of a robe being lifted. It was a real corner of a robe. This robe was black. It trembled in the wind. A person appeared beneath the tree, his entire body shrouded in a black robe. Wu Qiangbai's face was somewhat pale. Bian Hong's expression was abnormally solemn, unprecedentedly solemn. He knew that the 2 of them were facing the most dangerous situation in their lives, because they were about to face the most terrifying opponent besides the Tianhai Divine Empress. The cliff was deathly still. There was no sound, not even the sound of the wind. The black robe swayed in the wind, giving off an abnormally sinister feeling. Seeing this legendary demon military advisor, even Mu Jiushi felt a deep fear and hid far away. Bian Hong looked at Madame Mu and said, "You're actually colluding with the demons. Does the White Emperor know? Do the demi-human elders know?" Madame Mu calmly replied, You are the first person to see it with your own eyes. Byung-hong asked, Have you ever thought, if this matter were to be known, how would you continue to be empress? Madame Mu replied, There's no need for you to worry about White Emperor City. Byung-hong asked, Or are you saying that you're confident that no one else will know of this matter? It was already very difficult for him and Wu Qiongbai to kill, or even defeat, Madame Mu. Similarly, it was also very difficult for her to kill the two of them. Even if Madame Mu was a saint, even if the helper she had invited today could be said to be the most mysterious and terrifying demon military advisor on the continent, it was not so easy to kill an expert of the divine domain. On the plateau of South Stream Temple, the blue-clothed visitor had died because the situation had abruptly reversed. He had gone from the person who had set the trap to the person involved, and his preparations had been severely lacking. But even in these circumstances, Byung-hong and Wang had paid an extremely heavy price in order to kill this person. Madame Mu was truly powerful, and Black Robe was naturally terrifying, but Byung-hong had comprehended more after the coup of the Mausoleum of Books, his cultivation level rising once more. He was confident that he could hold off his opponent for a few moments. He only needed a few moments, or the slightest gap, to send a warning to the outside world. The possibility that the demi-humans were colluding with the demons was assuredly a major event that would alarm the entire world. No matter how tense the standoff between the great Zhou imperial court and the orthodoxy, no matter how intense their struggle, there would only be one attitude towards this matter: resolute suppression. All the experts would rush over, whether it was the heads of the noble clans, the sect master of the Mountly Sword Sect, or Wang Pa. Even the venerable Taoist Shang Xingzhou might personally act. Chapter 939. Madame Mu clearly understood what Byung-hong wanted to express and said, You have no chance. Byung-hong said no more. With a shake of his right arm, his sleeve flew through the air. Countless waves of qi rumbled like thunder as they assailed Madame Mu. It was very difficult to notice that, in contrast to his actions, a small arrow made of jade silently flew into the sky above the Red River. If this jade arrow were allowed to break through the clouds and flee in the wind, it would have to inform the human experts in the capital and the south 80,000 li away. A strand of his soul had been attached to the jade arrow, so there was no need for words. It had its own message. However, the moment the jade arrow released its radiance in the sky suddenly darkened as if night had arrived. Black Robe waved his sleeve under the tree, transforming it into the darkness. Not only did it block the path of the jade arrow, it also obscured the surrounding secrets of the heavens. Wu Qiongbai gave a shrill howl, her horsetail whisk transforming into countless streams that enveloped the plateau. The qi of silent extinction followed, transforming into a vast lotus sea. In the depths of the lotus sea, a lotus flower sprouted, swaying in the wind and drifting in the water. It seemed slow, but it was actually moving with incredible speed toward the horizon. Madame Mu's expression was indifferent. Her two sleeves flew up, stirring up the winds in the sky. This wind came from the western sea, its dampness tinged with a chill. It was like a real blade, slicing the thick sea of clouds into countless pieces. Countless white clouds descended like a flock of sheep, descending upon the damp and barbaric forest. The qi of the world instantly became countless times more sluggish, seeming extremely viscous. Wu Qiongbai grunted as she sensed that the lotus flower formed from true essence had suddenly slowed. Although it had not been destroyed, it could no longer leave. Byung-hong's expression was as calm as ever, unaffected. The jade arrow was not Byung-hong's true move, nor was it his strongest move. He had used the jade arrow to draw Black Robe's attention, while Wu Qiongbai had used the lotus sea to draw Madame Mu's attention, and then they had attacked. A cultivator's hand could grip a sword, a pestle, or a palm, but the simplest form was to clench a fist. Byung-hong's fist punched at Black Robe. In the coup of the Mausoleum of Books, After seeing the Tianhai Divine Empress's fist, Bian Hong's most powerful technique had become his fist. There was still a distance of several thousand feet between him and Black Robe, but a dark passage suddenly appeared between them. The nameless tree on the edge of the cliff began to shake violently. A fist condensed from starlight passed through the passage at an unimaginable speed. With a power that seemed to be able to split mountains and split seas, it smashed toward Black Robe's face. Before it reached his body, Black Robe's clothes began to whistle. The Black Robe was slightly disheveled. Under the sunlight, one could faintly see the Black Robe's pale green chin, as well as two cold, star-like eyes. Black Robe's eyes shone with admiration and caution as he gazed at Bian Hong's fist. Regardless of whether he was the demon military advisor or another identity, he had seen many true legendary-level powerhouses. He was also a legendary-level powerhouse. Bian Hong's fist still made him feel threatened, so he knew that he had to treat it very seriously. A gloomy, lusterless iron plate appeared in front of him. A loud bang resounded. Bian Hong's fist slammed against the iron plate. This iron plate had already been heavily injured, and now that it received the full-force blow of an expert of the divine domain, it cracked and deformed. Black Robe's body swayed twice. Then he took 2 steps back. With a hum, the small tree behind him shattered into countless fragments and was then blown away by the wind, vanishing without a trace. Around 30 li behind him, on a cliff on the opposite shore of the Red River, several dozen extremely deep cracks suddenly appeared. Countless rocks rustled and tumbled down. The cliff had been split in 2, and with a heavy grinding sound it fell into the river, stirring up terrifying waves. The true power of the full-force attack of an expert of the divine domain truly could cut mountains and block rivers. Bian Hong's wariness only intensified. The continent had always had many theories about the mysterious demon military advisor Black Robe. As a human expert, he was even more so. Everyone knew that Black Robe was assuredly a legendary-level expert, but no one knew just how strong he was. Whether it was in the era of Emperor Taizong and Wang Jitsa or now, no one besides Su Li had ever exchanged blows with Black Robe. Moreover, Su Li had primarily been trying to break out of the encirclement, so it was impossible to accurately judge Black Robe's strength from the outcome of that battle. Until today, when Bian Hong punched at him. Bian Hong was not a proud person, but he was well aware of his fighting prowess amongst human experts, and he had used 90% of his strength in this punch. Yet Black Robe had so easily received it. The iron plate was probably a divine artifact, but even so, Black Robe's strength was still rather unfathomable. But it didn't matter, because even this punch was not Bian Hong's strongest move, nor was it his true move. He was keenly aware that the important point of today's battle was not whether he and his wife could defeat their opponent, but whether he could notify the human experts. Thus, whether it was the Jade Arrow, the Lotus Sea, or this punch, they were all cover-ups. The moment he punched out, the string on his pinky finger had already silently snapped. The little red flower was already in the sky. Neither Black Robe nor Madame Mu could stop its departure. The little red flower flew away with unimaginable speed, drawing out a thin red line in the blue sky. A white cloud still quietly floated in the sky. If someone had been paying attention to this white cloud from the very beginning, they would realize that whether it was Bian Hong and Wu Qiong by breaking through the clouds, or Black Robe revealing his true body, or the howling winds from the western sea, none of them had caused the white cloud to change its shape. It had not even trembled. This white cloud was extremely thick and should have been somewhat darker, but in the clear blue sky around it, it was still pure white, as if it was not real. The little red flower flew into the white cloud and then vanished. It did not fly out of the white cloud and vanish into the blue sky or into the distance. It simply vanished. Bian Hong had not noticed the white cloud at the start, but now he suddenly sensed something and raised his head. The plateau was quiet. Neither he nor Wu Qiongbai, nor Madame Mu, nor Black Robe attacked. The white cloud slowly began to flow, and then it gradually split open. A crack appeared in the middle of the white cloud. From the ground, it looked like an eye. This eye was looking down on all life on the continent. A ray of light shot out from this crack. This ray of light was golden, imbued with an unimaginable aura of light, seeming extremely divine. But this ray of light was also extremely somber, as if it could crush all things, destroy all things. Bianhong vaguely guessed at the answer and was utterly shocked. He muttered, "Are you not afraid of the end of the world?" Chapter 940. Bianhong's words were naturally directed at Madame Mu and Black Robe. Madame Mu stood with her hands held behind her, her expression extremely solemn and serene. She did not answer the question. The tree by the cliff had already been obliterated by the fist intent, but the shadow of the tree still remained where Black Robe stood. The mottled shadow of the tree fell on his body, obscuring his expression, but it could not drown out his voice. A strange laughter overflowed from Black Robe and then rumbled like a thunderclap into the surroundings, deafening to the ears. Bianhong's expression gradually returned to normal, but his heart had already sunk. Today he had come to avenge his son's death, but it now seemed that he would also die here. With a clang he waved his sleeve. An illusory sword condensed from pure star radiance rose from the ground, cutting through the sky tens of thousands of zhang as it slashed at the white cloud. It was like a real scraping sound, like a heavy mountain sliding across the ground. The white cloud swayed for a few moments, and the little red flower within it saw its chance. It transformed into a red stream of light and returned to the plateau. It quietly floated above Bianhong's head, seeming extremely vigilant. The white cloud scattered, the golden light filling the entire sky, dazzling and bright. If not for the seal Black Robe had laid down beforehand, this light would have alarmed the entire continent. Right now, only a few people on the two shores of the Red River could see this light. But because it was too bright, they simply could not see the true scene. Bianhong and Wu Qiongbai could see that their expressions had become abnormally grave. In Wu Qiongbai's eyes, one could even see confusion and fear towards the unknown. Two figures gradually appeared in the boundless light. White wings, several dozen zhang long, slowly flapped behind them. These two people were completely naked, the curves of their bodies perfect and clean. There was nothing extraneous about them, and it was impossible to determine their gender. Countless rays of light exuded from their bodies and wings, seeming divine and brimming with the will to destroy. Just what were these two people? Where did they come from? The angels of the sacred light have already arrived. Do you still want to resist? Black Robe's voice was abnormally cold, but compared to the last 1,000 years, it was tinged with an indescribable emotion. It seemed like the appearance of these two existences he called angels of the sacred light had also somewhat affected his mind. Bianhong was truly flabbergasted that the legend had become reality and appeared before his eyes. However, he was one of the strongest experts on this continent after all, so he quickly regained his composure, especially when his gaze pierced through the light and swept across the bodies of the two angels. His expression became indifferent. With just these two androgynous monsters, he did not know if those two so-called angels in the sky had understood his words. The battle began in the next moment. Two streams of light ignored the distance of several thousand zhang between the blue sky and the plateau, seemingly passing through space to arrive in front of Bianhong and Wu Qiongbai. What followed was infinite light, a terrifying pressure, and a sacred yet destructive attack. In the dazzling light, for the first time, Bianhong and Wu Qiongbai clearly saw the faces of these two angels up close, though only for an instant. The appearances of those two angels were extremely perfect. Their expressions were absolutely indifferent, devoid of any human emotions. They were filled with a sense of holiness. There was an arc-shaped light scar between their eyebrows. It was extremely beautiful and incomparably holy. From the perspective of a human, these two angels looked very similar, only their chi distinguishing them. One was extremely callous, the other ruthless, but they were also not human emotions. They were more like inanimate objects, like furious waves or frigid frost. A sword glow tore through the waves of light and slashed at the callous angel, but it was caught between the two wings. Byung-hong sensed a power as majestic as the starry sky. The illusory sword condensed from star radiance was instantly shattered into countless fragments. The little red flower shrieked, its petals blooming, blocking the fragments and the waves of light. A loud bang resounded. Countless cracks appeared on the plateau, stones madly flying, and a hole several zhang deep appeared. Byung-hong stood at the bottom of the hole, his hands raised. The angel indifferently floated in the air, one of its hands pressing down. The situation on the other side was even more perilous. As she watched the angel descend from the sky, Wu Qiongbai recalled the legend she had read as a child in the 10,000 Years Pavilion. Her heart trembled in fear and unease, her Tao heart finding it hard to guard. The lotus sea swayed in the absence of wind, a gap appearing in her defenses. The angel transformed into a stream of light and slashed down like a sword. With a light swish, Wu Qiongbai's left arm was cut off, flying into the sky in a dazzling spray of golden blood. Hearing his wife scream, Byung-hong bellowed and punched out with both fists, imbued with the star radiance and true essence he had bitterly cultivated for centuries. He pushed back the angel and rushed to Wu Qiongbai. With a wave of his right hand, he once more condensed a sword of star radiance and forced back the angel. The little red flower flew back, rapidly circling around Byung-hong and Wu Qiongbai like a shooting star, exuding a powerful qi that temporarily stabilized the situation. In a single exchange, Byung-hong knew that these two angels from the sacred light continent were extremely terrifying. These two angels seemed to instinctively understand and freely use the laws of the world. If placed in the cultivation system of this continent, they would be innately experts of the divine domain. Moreover, their bodies seemed to be formed from the purest sacred light energy, incomparably tough and indestructible. Even the demon imperial clan would find it very difficult to compare to them. Most frightening of all was their unimaginable speed and reflexes. They were like real rays of light, able to defy the laws and principles of the world to advance and retreat. In the face of such powerful and inexperienced opponents, even Byung-hong, who was ranked near the top of the divine domain, found it extremely difficult to deal with them. As for Wu Qiongbai, she could not even take a single blow. If not for Byung-hong's godly reaction speed, she would have already lost her life. Wu Qiongbai knew that the situation was extremely dangerous, so even though her severed arm was in extreme pain and the divine energy within was still wreaking havoc, preventing her from using star radiance to repair her body, she clenched her teeth and made no sound. Her face was as pale as snow, and the fear in her eyes could not be dispelled. Byung-hong gazed at his wife's wretched state, his eyes chilling with rage. The two angels floated in the air, expressionlessly watching Wu Qiongbai and Byung-hong on the plateau. The callous angel's gaze fell on Wu Qiongbai's severed arm, looked at the golden blood dripping from it, and suddenly opened his mouth to speak. As he spoke, his expression was indifferent, but his voice was dignified to the extreme. He was probably using the language of the sacred light continent, his tone extremely strange and complex. Logically speaking, no one on the plateau should have been able to understand his words. But, strangely, his words, blown by the chilly winds of the mountains, became the language of the continent. As expected of thieves of fire, you have profaned God and must die. Chapter 941. Byung-hong understood these words, but he did not quite understand their meaning. He did not know what fire stealers were or what god these foreign experts worshipped. He knew that he was facing the most dangerous situation of his life, even more dangerous than when he faced the Tianhai divine empress in the Mausoleum of Books. That his foe could make the chilly winds of the mountains transform his voice into the language of the continent proved that his conjecture was correct. These monsters from the Sacred Light continent truly did have an innate ability to understand and use the laws of the world. It was even possible that their existence was based on these laws. But Byung-hong was now extremely calm, even his expression indifferent. As an expert of the continent, when encountering a truly major event, he naturally could not panic, needed to maintain his composure. After the previous clash, he had a grasp of the way these two angels fought and the way they used the laws of the world. In a one-on-one battle, he was confident that he would not lose. The problem was that his wife had lost an arm and was heavily injured, while Madame Mu and Black Robe, two truly unfathomable experts, were still at the side. The ruthless angel suddenly descended, the sword of light in his hand slashing at Byung-hong. Although he had only been awake for a short period of time, his will to fight was still intact. He sensed that this human expert could threaten him. Thus, he decided to first eliminate this person. Byung-hong swung his sleeve and attacked with extreme elegance, the hand gripping the illusory sword of star radiance, noiselessly bursting out of his sleeve. A fist appeared in the air and smashed the angel's sword of light into pieces. At the same time, the rapidly spinning red flower suddenly left Byung-hong's side and attacked the face of the other angel. The little red flower suddenly shattered into countless extremely sharp petals. With a dense howl, light exploded. Then it suddenly faded. When it once more illuminated the surroundings, it was already tensum li away in the sky. Several tiny wounds appeared on the faces of the two angels, golden blood brimming with divine energy, dripping down like dew. They looked at Byung-hong hovering in the air, but their eyes were still devoid of emotion, anger, wariness, only indifference. The more it was like this, the more terrifying it was. Countless peals of thunder exploded in the sky, waves of chi gushing out and cruelly tearing the last white cloud to shreds. After a while, countless streams of light fell from the sky and finally turned into visible lines of fire. It looked like a meteor shower. The people of White Emperor City cried out in alarm and chaos ensued. Some of the more cowardly people even thought that it was heavenly punishment and knelt on the ground, kowtowing. Some of the large tribes and the manors of the wealthy immediately activated their arrays, preparing to withstand the infinitely high temperature of the lava. The beast guards of the palace, the army of White Emperor City, and a large number of experts under the control of the Council of Elders were already prepared to quickly extinguish the flames. But the situation was not as frightening as imagined. Those streams of fire vanished before they could reach the ground, leaving only the remnants of heavenly fire that caused the temperature of White Emperor City to soar. It was like a blistering summer day had arrived, and only a few streams of light fell into the Red River. All of the sky above White Emperor City had been sealed off by restrictive spells, so that no sound or light could escape. The experts of the continent who could understand those streams of light could not see them, and the demi-human populace and ministers who could see those streams of light did not know what they were. Blood fell from the sky. Each streak of light was a drop of blood. This blood came from the experts of the distant continent, and it also came from the experts of this continent. They were all supreme existences of the divine domain, and their blood contained boundless divine energy. It was as pure and holy as gold, and even hotter than magma. When a few drops of divine blood fell into the Red River, those huge monsters silently sank deeper into the water. Many of the less intelligent monsters could not resist their instinctive desires at all. They swam over with all their might, and then fought fiercely over the blood, fighting over it to devour it. The monsters that devoured the last few drops of divine blood were immediately devoured by even more savage monsters. This process was cruel and boring, repeated many times. Only late in the night did the ownership of these drops of divine blood finally be determined. seized by a fire flood dragon that had come from the depths of the celestial tree. This fire flood dragon was not one of the lucky ones. With a fighting strength comparable to a star condensation expert, it was simply incapable of enduring the divine energy contained in these drops of divine blood. In the turbulent and treacherous waters, the fire flood dragon struggled for an entire night, ultimately combusting and dying. On that night, the Red River was so bright that it seemed to be burning. On that night, many demi-human commoners noticed the strangeness of the Red River. They kneeled on the banks and prayed, praying for the White Emperor to come out of seclusion as soon as possible, praying for God to bestow his grace, praying for the 9 celestial trees hidden in the clouds to block all calamities for the demi-human race. Although those streaks of light did not land on the ground and did not bring with them the terrifying heavenly fire, White Emperor City was still in chaos. The waves of chi from the sky had damaged many buildings, and the fences of the beast gardens and pastures near the celestial tree had been completely overturned. Countless beasts had taken advantage of the chaos to escape. In order to maintain order and stabilize the situation as quickly as possible, White Emperor City was officially under martial law. Other than the commoners kneeling on the banks of the river, the majority of the city was quiet and soldiers patrolled the streets. Places near the Imperial Palace and forbidden areas like Whitestone Mountain were even personally guarded by the elite Red River Beast Guard. The outer city along the river was somewhat more relaxed, and it was much more deserted than usual. No one dared to go out, and even if they did, they would kneel to the blazing Red River. No one was in the mood to get drunk. The small tavern's business was extremely poor, and it had long since closed. Xian Yuan left the small tavern and went to the shore. As he gazed at the light and flames rising from the depths of the river, he sensed the divine qi contained within. He subconsciously glanced up at the sky, thinking just what happened during the day. Was it a battle between experts of the divine domain? From Star Caesar Academy to the Orthodox Academy, from the capital to White Emperor City, the Bear Youth had always been extremely diligent in his cultivation. In the eyes of others, his arm had long since been crippled, but he still maintained an extremely strong self-confidence, just like those other fellows in the Orthodox Academy. However, he was keenly aware that with his current cultivation level, he was still extremely far from the divine domain. No matter how long he looked, he would not be able to discover anything from those divine flames in the river. As a result, he quickly left the riverbank and walked back to his home. His home was also in the outer city along the river, in a place called the Pine Paths. Many of the poor people of White Emperor City lived here, and the majority of the buildings were constructed from the most common and cheapest pine wood, barely enough to keep out the cold. However, the flow of water was often not smooth, and as he walked through it, he would occasionally smell a foul stench. Xian Yuan seemed unaware of this as he silently walked along the slope. Whether it was the cursing coming from the houses on the side of the street, the galloping of heavy cavalry in the distance, or those flying carriages flying through the night sky that looked extremely like streaks of fire, none of them caused his expression to change.